Oh shit, my microphone was off for such a long time. I was thanking everyone for what a blunder I have done, man. I was talking ever since I'm live, and I was telling all you guys that I got 30 plus subscribers in a day, and I'm really very happy that whoever has subscribed here, I'm really very grateful about it. Even if I'm not asking everyone, I genuinely want all the people who are actually interested in creating films, making films, making videos, making animated content. I genuinely want them to follow or subscribe to the channel. If they like my work, I don't want to force people to watch my channel or do something. But suddenly yesterday, what happened? I was on 121, 111 or 15 subscribers, and suddenly I got 148. I like if you can see on the screen, I got 148 subscribers, and I asked my close people that did anyone send a bot or something on my account? क्योंकि so many people have suddenly subscribed on my channel. So I think YouTube is grateful. I asked everyone, but nobody did that thing because I don't want any bot to follow me. I want genuine people to follow or follow the content that I am trying to create. I think you guys can also go and check out what I have uploaded. I have been uploading a lot of short content on the YouTube. You please go and check it out if you like anything, or if could do comment over there. If you think something is missing in any of the video, you can comment it there that you could have done this better, or any idea regarding or any kind of idea for next shorts, or any kind of music that you can suggest me that I can make short on. So yeah, I welcome all the criticism. I welcome everything, every possible thing, and I want people who are really genuinely interested in animation to tune in with me and join the process. And you see where it goes. It's been a while. It's been 2 or 3 weeks that I've been started this YouTube channel seriously. I've been posting a lot, and I've been receiving a lot of comments also on my personal account. It feels good, guys. It feels really very good. Let's just jump into creating more content for the channel, and yeah, that is it, I think. There are a lot of tips that I can show you guys. I think I'm going to add a Google Meet link in the bio, so that if you guys want to talk, if you guys want to come online on the stream with me, if you want to have some kind of conversation, if you have any doubt, if you want to show something, we can talk here. I'll put the link. I have put the link in the in my I'm creating a link, and I'm going to put it on my YouTube bio, so that you guys can also join that. I'll accept that, and we guys can talk, have a chill conversation. Uh, you guys also can be part of this, which is a good thing, because filmmaking is not a single person's thing. You have to have people around you while creating. And right now I'm here all alone, all by myself in my room, trying to create content for YouTube. And sometimes it feels very lonely that you are sitting in a room doing something for yourself. So it would be great if anyone is here want to have a conversation about the industry, have a conversation about what's going on in the industry, how to survive in the bad phase of this industry. As you can see, the AI is kicking in and whatnot is happening. So I've put the link in the I'm going to put a link on the community post. So if you guys are willing to join it, you can go check it out on check it out. I've put a link on my community post. You can go and join in, and we can have a conversation if you want. Yeah, so that's there, and I'll just get back creating the content. I'll play some decent music in the back. Let me just tune up the volume of the desktop a little. Let me know if the audio is clear. And also let me set a little tone. Logitech camera settings. I think my camera is off. Okay, it's on, but yeah. If I think I should also put a message over here that if you want, if you want to ask anything, join the meet link in community post of my channel. I think here it should be like this. We can talk about music, we can talk about animation, we can talk about whatever you want. Having conversations while working is always great, and that's what I would like to do. The thing like that on my channel. I mean, it's just an idea. I don't know whether people are going to tune in or not, because usually people are by themselves. They are not interested in doing something new. If you are, feel free to come and join in. I'm here. 149. Woohoo! It feels so good when the number changes, man. It feels so fucking awesome. I'll also play some music in the background, and I'll keep talking for 8-9 hours constantly, so that it feels like I'm really a real person, not a bot. What kind of music are we going to have today? Some jazz, maybe. Jazz. I have a good playlist to have actually. Yeah, this sounds good. Is the audio good for you? Make it 150, or someone please make that 149, 150. It would look. I don't like odd numbers. I like even numbers. So 150 is a round figure. 150 followers, subscribers, and would be so great. It would be awesome if you subscribe right now. It would be so awesome. Anyway, I'll jump back to work. Whatever was on. So.
You know, I wish I could sleep, but then my stupid ADHD.
You know, I wish I could sleep. So a guy. I always draw, by the way, there's a tip. I always draw in object mode. You can see a red color coming. There are two modes. This one is object mode, this one is normal drawing mode, in which I can select the drawing. I can't select the drawing. When I go to select the drawing, I get only the part. But in object mode, I get to select the whole stroke at once. So this is very cool and important tip for any new artist out there. If you want to start drawing for storyboarding, you have a lot of lines going on in the scene, and you want to select everyone at once. If it's the same thing, if I would have drawn in this, then I could have animated this separate way. This could animated separate, and this could be animated separately. So it's very convenient to have the object mode on. The shortcut key is J for Joker. So when I draw, this was in bitmap mode. So when I press J and I draw, then I get the strokes differently on very different things. So it gets very easy. It's a very pro tip if you are following what I'm saying. It's very pro tip. It would be very helpful for you guys if you do this. So I'm going to reduce the volume a little because I'm not able to listen to the audio that I'm working on, the short video that I'm working on. Yum 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 yum. Meow 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 meow. Meow. Meow is too funny. Man. Meow 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 meow. I've heard that one. It's just with my.
You know, I wish I could sleep, but then my
You know, I wish I could sleep. Remember, the overlappings are very important. Things goes behind, you have to take care of them. But things are in front, they should look like they're in front. Going to give him some hairstyle. Fuck you. Some people are really very unfair, you know. They are such an assholes. Why would why would they do this? Such assholes, you know. Very bad. That's too bad.
you know, I wish I could sleep, but then
The overlapping makes a lot of sense to the drawing, which thing is going in front, which thing is going in back. Just remember the overlappings and it all looks good. I can also close his eyes here. I didn't get my breakfast actually.
Sleep, but then my stupid ADHD kicks in, and well, sleep, but then my stupid ADHD. ADHD kicks in. Kicks in, and well, it's basically ADHD kicks in, and well, it's basically one sheet, two sheet. Kicks in, and well, it's basically. I wish I could sleep, but then my stupid ADHD kicks in, and well, it's. and well, it's basically one sheep. And then it kicks in, and well, it kicks in, and well, it's basically. It's basically one sheep. HD kicks in, and well, it's basically one sheep. One sheep, two sheep. Two sheep, cow, turtle, duck. Two sheep, cow, turtle, duck, cow, turtle. Cow, turtle. You know, I wish I could. You know, I wish I could sleep, but then my stupid ADHD. You know, I wish I could sleep, but then my. You know, I wish I could sleep, but then my stupid ADHD kicks in, and well, it's basically one sheep, two sheep, cow, turtle, duck, cow.
Also using browsers to find out references which you can't see on the stream, because I've just shared one Animate CC's window. If you want me to share that, I can also do that, but I'm afraid that you guys might see something that you should not.
Cow, turtle, duck. Duck, old Mc. Duck, duck, duck. Turtle, duck, old Mc. Old MacDonald had a farm. Old MacDonald had a farm. Old MacDonald had a farm. Turtle, duck. Old MacDonald had a farm. wish I could sleep, but then my stupid ADHD kicks in, and well, it's basically one sheep, two sheep, cow, turtle, duck. Old MacDonald had a farm.
it's never been dull, or it's never been kind of like, it's on. So I was like, you know what, I'm just going to try content. And
In
that's
Bombay 10 years ago?
in Mumbai, yeah. And it just started like that. I had absolutely no dreams or no kind of way forward or any idea about what I was doing.
All of you guys who've done influencing for so long, you know what is one thing which is so stark? Like the way your voice has inflection.
So sorry, one second. I have to stop you. There's no such thing as influencing.
What do I
No
call
one here has done any influence.
What do I call it?
Influencers are the fathers, the doctors, the mothers, the teachers. They influence children. We've done creating of content. We created content, and it has impacted people. But influencer is a term, is like Mumbai Bombay. Influencer as a term is like slightly self-obsessed, no? What do you guys think?
Good.
I never related to that term, honestly.
Prajakta, actually, I want to add, Prajakta was one of the earlier generations on YouTube. Then she did a short film called Khayali Pula, in case you haven't seen. That was the first time I saw Prajakta act.
Good.
Yeah, really good. And I messaged her also after that saying, shit, I didn't know you could act. That's crazy. And now that you mentioned theatre, and then, I've known Prajakta for a while. She's extremely hardworking.
You're Marathi.
I am, yes.
What
My
do you-
mama's from Delhi. Baba's from...
What do your parents do?
Baba used to work, he was in Cadbury before, and then later he was working in real estate. And Mama was a phonetics teacher. She used to teach languages.
Phonetics teacher.
Yeah.
Wow.
What is that?
So, I mean, she used to have a bunch of kids because apparently they're not taught ABCD anymore. It's a, b, k, d. So it's the phonetics that, and she used to teach that.
I'll tell you more about her.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Every time
Why
I-
is this big?
It's like we're introducing each other.
Can we do this? Can the three of you say, what does Prajakta appear to the outside world in your lens?
Yeah. So I'd had Priyanka Chopra on the podcast once, and she gave this example of a swan that looks like it's very peaceful on the surface, but on the inside, the feet are paddling. Don't think I've come across a more hardworking and disciplined professional than this person.
Seconded. She's very hardworking.
Like she's probably the most disciplined content creator that I've known throughout my career.
And she is Bill Gates' favorite creator. Every time I see her, it's either at Bill Gates conference or at Davos conference. So she's like represents India in the major conferences. I'll tell you what, they're not going to invite Tanmay for this one. Too risky.
Not anymore, brother. Not anymore.
How is that? How do you get yourself in these places?
I think YouTube had a huge role to play in that. 2019 is when YouTube kind of reached out to me for this program called Creators for Change. 2018. And they were like, do you want to... So they pick a few creators from across the world and they put like a band of us together and they're like, make videos for this program called Creators for Change. And every year they have different themes. In 2018 is when they reached out for the first time, and then 2019 was the second year. And that's when there was this documentary that they were making with Michelle Obama for girls' education. And they reached out to me for that. And I think that was my first kind of step up from what I was doing back home. And that kind of opened a lot of doors for me. So YouTube has been a huge cheerleader in my journey beyond just doing the content that I was natively doing on my channel,
No,
just
I wish I
putting me
could
out there,
sleep, but
giving
then
me a
my stupid
platform to speak
ADHD
about
kick-
things. And then I happened to meet Nikhil Taneja, who kind of put me in touch with goalkeepers. So that's how that started. The UNDP kind of came in through both these channels. So it kind of went into a whole domino effect once the first Creators for Change video went out. And yeah, so that's how it began.
No, I wish I
And when did you blow up and all of that? 2018, 2017?
My first video actually went viral. So I started in Feb of 2015, and the first video that really, really blew up was in the July of that year.
What was
quickly.
it about?
It was a video called Words Delhiites Use. I hurt a lot of Delhi ego in that video, but it kind of like blew up. And then it's just been like a roller coaster. Like it was not 1 week was like another for a very, very long time.
Very cool. And now, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to more acting. I'm writing.
Is that a natural transition? Creator, distribution,
I wish I
acting?
could sleep, but then my
it wasn't planned. I was very surprised when it started coming my way because when I started making content, I don't think any of us thought that these avenues were actually even possible for us. So I was very surprised with it. I've always loved acting, and I missed it after I quit theater. So when it came, I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a try. But it wasn't conscious, no. It just kind of happened.
Is there a hierarchy in that world? Like, I know there is a hierarchy between TV actors and large screen actors. When an influencer comes into that world, is it tougher? Like, are you treated the same as an actor?
I feel like I also happen to be very fortunate to become an actor at a time when when the lines are slightly blurrier than they were before. I feel like OTT really opened it up for actors, where now if you see, like for example, seeing what a Karishma Tanna is doing or what a Harman Baweja is doing, like it's just crazy seeing them. Because now suddenly I don't think that hierarchy is there where, if you're a TV actor, you won't get cast because TV, film, theater,
I don't
everybody's
mean-
doing OTT.
I don't mean from a casting lens,
okay.
but from a societal
Perception.
hierarchy perception lens.
I think there is. Unfortunately, there is. There's even classism between platforms. If we are a TikToker, a Facebooker, a YouTuber, or an Instagrammer, it's like YouTuber is like class 1 citizen, then Instagrammer, then TikToker, then Facebooker.
Is that true?
Yeah, I agree.
Do you agree with the classing?
What did you say again, the order?
I think YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Facebook.
I think, see, the people who, there's a line that I think Kunal Shah had once said, which is, jitna bada screen, utna bada profile, right? Like, the bigger the screen, the higher the status.
Totally.
Right? So, movie, you perception is very high status. And then for a long time, it was like television came before digital. And I think now digital is kind of penetrating a lot of it. Mostly my thesis is that, hey, if you own distribution, you own eyeballs, no matter where you move to, the eyeballs will travel there. And it's playing out in the OTT world. Like Bhuvan has his own show, Prakta has her own show. But I think like it still plays out in ways like if an Instagram creator gets a hoarding, right? They're on a hoarding. It's still a huge moment. It becomes the reel saying, oh, look, I'm on a hoarding, even though every story gets way more eyeballs than a hoarding would.
What's a hoarding?
A hoarding, like a billboard.
Oh,
like
you were on a billboard recently.
I was, yes.
A candy thing.
Yeah, with Cadbury.
And yeah, so when I was on a billboard, it's like the billboard gets what, 10 views, 20 views?
Exactly.
But the picture of the billboard on Instagram
Gets way
so
more.
many.
Yeah.
I have something to say about Kunal. Screen. What did you say? The bigger the screen is, the
Bigger the screen, higher the status.
and then combining it with this whole us getting older and times changing, I'd be way more excited to meet Joe. Rogan's affected my life so much in the last 10 years. And I'm not at all Gen Z. I'm like a core millennial, but I can see how my thought process is becoming more Gen Z just because of the times. And I'm sure that a lot of Gen Zs would say that about the digital stars who've survived in the long term. Like I don't care about meeting Hollywood actors. I would care a lot about meeting Nawal Ravikant and Joe Rogan and Tim
You think
Ferriss.
that'll be true for you?
It was true even in the previous generation. Let me explain how. Like in our time, it would be insanely cool to hang out with an MTV VJ.
Yeah.
It would be very cool.
Yeah.
Right? Because they were not movie stars, but they were the
Ran
other
Vijay.
cat. Ran Vijay,
Oh my
right?
God.
Like I'd give an arm and a leg to hang out with Ran Vijay.
Yeah.
So it was the other category of someone that you saw regularly.
Yeah.
You know, you'd see a movie star twice a year, but here were VJs who you'd see every day. And similarly now for people that be watching Nuzair every day. So that feeling of, oh my God, I can't believe this moment is real, happens more when you see someone regularly. So I think digital folks have occupied that.
Yeah.
So it's been true for multiple generations, I think. It's not just now.
Actually, very interesting. And the kids of today, the amount of time they spend on devices, not watching movies.
The number one occupation for that people vie for today, especially kids, is influencer.
Yeah, you know, that's the reason why we were doing this. So this show is typically around people who want to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
So whatever a 20-year-old boy or girl needs to know about entering a certain industry, we try and hit that and give them all the info that is required. Like we did one around starting a restaurant recently.
Yeah.
We did something else before that. it has become so important, even for people like me, an entrepreneur, to build distribution, because paying for distribution takes away so much of the delta you might have that a person with distribution brings organically.
Yeah.
I think we left off at, they said what they think about Prajakta. You did not. They said hardworking, hardworking.
No, I said that
I'm Bill
she's
Gates.
representing India to the world.
But if we're speaking of hardworking, I want to mention something about Nusar. I
Yeah.
don't know anyone who works
Yeah.
as much.
You just said that about her.
No, I didn't say that
No,
about
no.
her. I didn't say.
I
Okay, if I have
cannot
to
work
judge
in
everyone
the
on how
way
hard
you
they work.
Who works harder, Nuzair or Prajakta?
Him, for sure.
Nusair
sure.
works incredibly hard. And I think I've once asked, I won't mention what he said, but I once asked Nusair saying what drives him. And he's got like an ambition and a purpose that is intensely strong, you know. That I think is like, I don't feel that, what Nusair feels.
I also feel like with him, he's always so aware and so on. Like I'll at least 20 times a day, I'll have moments where I'll just zone out and I'll not kind of keep up with. But anytime you meet him, and I've seen him at 5 o'clock in the morning at a breakfast buffet. I've seen him at 2 o'clock in the morning at a party with a drink, and I just feel like, I mean, I had the drink. Me, I had a drink. But every time I've had a conversation with him, it's never been dull, or it's never been kind of like, it's not small talk, which I appreciate.
Each of you have a different journey from whatever profession to content creator.
Yeah.
To another profession, actor, businessman, social change maker,
No, entrepreneur.
entrepreneur.
Yeah.
I'm not a social change maker.
Yeah, entrepreneur sounds cooler than businessman. Like, businessman sounds like I'm Singhania Saab. Like, Hustler, yeah.
What am I, Tanmay?
You are king, Nikhil.
Right.
You are poster boy. Bangalore poster boy.
And Ranveer?
I think I did a little bit of entrepreneurship, but I'm back to being a content creator and I want to stay here. I'm really enjoying this.
Wow. Bro, get out. Please get out. It's mentally hard.
It's horrible in some ways, but it's also beautiful in some ways, because I think over the course of my 20s, my priorities have changed a lot, and I'm really enjoying the work I do, because it's truly not feeling like work. It does feel like spending a lot of hours creating that many podcasts and that much content, but I think I've started craving heartfelt messages and an impact on people's lives much more than I craved money and numbers and growth in my 20s. But I get to say that because I have a luxury.
Entrepreneurship is not money, and that's the biggest surprise.
I also have the luxury of having really active co-founders who are growing the businesses and allowing me to just chase the content creation game because of the distribution thing you said earlier, which
And
is
what,
that
sorry, yeah,
the easier way of saying that is, if you're more famous, you reach out to more people, you can sell your product to more people eventually, which we're seeing with all the businesses that are being built out anyway.
But I'm going to say something controversial.
Sure.
At some point, you will not get more famous. At some point, you will saturate every single person in India that could potentially like you. Then you'll have this amazing and sad decline. And then the platforms want to show a different face, a different podcast, a different name. And then, what do you do then?
So, I mean, I try. I'm
Sorry, are you fun at parties?
See, that is why I had a drink when I saw him.
I'm just saying there's a shelf life to creator life.
I think
Interesting.
so.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think so, and I intend on exiting creator life at some point.
Yes.
But also, cumulatively, I have like a bunch of channels. We have a lot. I'm not like number dropping here, but like we have like 20 to 25 million across those channels. I have a huge amount of distribution.
Yeah.
And the thing is, we're in a country of 1.5 billion people, 1.6, I don't know. What's the number? What, 1.6 billion people?
1.3.
But we added 300 million now in the last 10 seconds. So
You never really know. You never have an exact
Your
number.
rounding error, the whole population.
It's very tough country.
1.5 for the sake of conversation. What is 25 million people in front of 1.5 billion people to capture? And I've got these 25 million people over the last 8 years. So even if I continue for another 20 years, I think I'll reach a really large number. but also I have an English channel and a Hindi channel, and my intentions with English are very international. My intentions with Hindi are very national.
But your problem is not the population of India, it's the social media algorithm. Eventually, they will say, I don't want to give this guy too much distribution because the best interest of YouTube is to have a new Mr. Beast every 5 years.
Which is why I'll also be aggressive on my Instagram.
Can you tell me,
and I
can you
play
tell
their
me
game on
why that
them.
is? Why will YouTube benefit from creating a new Mr. Beast when there is one already?
Because imagine a world in which on YouTube, we only watch Mr. Beast as the #1 creator for the next 30 years. That is not actually in YouTube's best interest. You want new faces. I mean, just like Hollywood, you want
But why
new
can't there be
faces.
Mr. Beast plus plus?
Because in the content world, there is the power law in which 20% of the creators get 80% of the attention. The power law is massive here. So it's not like everybody gets 1 million views. Are you hell happy? No, it's like if one person is slightly more engaging, they'll get 10 times more than the one next to them.
Except I think like it's not as sinister as if you just take this clip out of context. It's like Susan Wojcicki sitting down and it's like enough of Mr. Beast now.
Neil Mohan.
Yeah, Neil Mohan. Neil Mohan. Neil, yeah. Love you, Neil. It's not as sinister as that sound. It's just what happens is that, look, all platforms at the end of the day, digital platforms are trying to grab eyeballs from other platforms. So they all eventually tweak their algorithm just a little bit. And sometimes it can take creators by surprise that, oh, X thing was working for so long and now it's no longer working. Some of this is a byproduct of just general audience fatigue, which is if like I know I'm a type of creator who I'm a binge watch type of creator, which is people come into my shit, they're gonna watch me for 3 months and they're like, I get this thing now, but I'm over it, I'm gonna move on. So my attrition rate on my viewers, I look at it as, okay, this is a 3 to 4 month game. And that can take creators by surprise. And in the 10 years that I've, 10, 12 years that I've been around, and there have been, we call them batches of creators. Like there are creators who come in batches and then, 4 years later, you gotta reinvent yourself or else the next batch will take over, so on and so forth. But
so let me be the
agree.
bad guy and sound the alarm to everybody listening and watching this podcast, which is, guys, you must plan and engineer your exit plan. When you make it big as a content creator,
100%.
because no one sees the decline because you're not getting the views. The decline is oftentimes very lonely. No one has seen the decline of like the Hollywood celebrities, but you just haven't seen them in movies.
Yeah.
But you totally forgot about them.
Yeah.
So you must always get an exit plan, which I believe should be either entrepreneurship or acting or books or whatever.
And how long do you think this journey typically is if you make it as a creator?
So I would love to hear what you guys think. I think life goes in 7-year chunks.
7 years, how did you come to this number? That's interesting.
So we were just talking about it, the 7-year itch.
We have something in Hindu culture as well. 7 years of good luck, bad luck.
Interesting.
What is the average marriage in India, in the US, and the average marriage in China? It's 6.6 years.
Oh, really?
Why is that?
Is that all?
Well, in India, it's probably 70 years, the average.
Why are people still getting married then?
Nikhil, we're not going to discuss personal problems now.
Well, I was trying to say, your taste buds even change. Your cells in your body change every 7 years.
What kind of taste buds?
Somebody told me this, don't quote me on this, but every cell in your body changes every 7 years.
How long did you and Aline date?
7 years!
No wonder you're so confident with the numbers.
Whose taste buds changed?
Interesting. Yeah, that seems fair.
How long have you been a content creator?
Since 2000 so I began by doing stand-up, which is technically content creation. That was 2009 is when I started doing stand-up.
So you've done 14 years.
Wow.
Yeah, 14 years. And before
Different
that,
iterations, different formats.
different formats. Actually, before that, I was writing for television. So I started by writing comedy first, then I started performing comedy, then I did YouTube, and then I've started doing everything else.
I was one of the first 20,000 people who followed AIV on Facebook.
Oh, really?
For the AIV podcast.
Really?
Hey, but you guys should now introduce yourself because I know you guys, but people will want to know. Tanmay?
I've introduced myself on this podcast like 4 times now.
Tanmay is like the OG. He's like
I've been
the
around.
co-founder of this podcast.
He's the co-founder of like 20 companies too.
Everyone I meet in Bangalore now is like, Tanmay is my co-founder. He's taking over Bangalore.
Are you franchising the founder?
Yeah. Either co-founder or he's written their ads or he's doing some marketing work for them. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm working with Tanmay on 5 different things.
So funny.
Yeah, that's maybe you could have just said, I enjoy working with Tanmay, but thanks for
We're doing
framing
a
it
lot of
that
things
way.
together.
Yeah, I think I began as, I think to put it succinctly, I began as an artist and a comedian, and now I'm exploring my entrepreneurial side by doing a bunch of different things. But I think at the heart of it, I still introduce myself as primarily as a comedian. Amongst all the terms like comedian, influencer, creator, entrepreneur, I still find saying I'm a comic to be the coolest and or the most accurate version of
Do you
what I
feel
would
like in life you associate where you make the most money to your vocation?
Ooh, that's a very good question.
Ooh, super interesting question. I think, can you rephrase it? Do you think in life you want to associate yourself with the vocation that makes
If you
you
do
most amount
five,
of money?
if you do 5 things in life,
Yeah.
when somebody asks you what do you do, do you say where you make the most money? Because I have this question asked to me so many times, and I wonder what should I say now.
No, I think for me it is, I still go back to, I still introduce myself to people who don't know me. First I say is, I'm a comedian. Which maybe not be the best idea now, because people often respond with, okay, this dude is going to be funny, or he's going to roast me or whatever. But I don't know, I find that to be a comedian is like an attitude of just leading life, which is,
It's a little anti-establishment.
it
right?
is
Like being
inherently a little
comedian.
anti-establishment. Like, so I find that to be the most appealing. Even now, like someone was telling me the other day, saying, Tanmay, you should document your weight loss journey. You should have a camera guy follow you and make those reels, and where you're losing weight and all that kind of stuff. And inherently, I was asking myself, saying, why have I not done that? And I feel a little cringy talking about my achievements, because it's such a weird thing to do. Whereas comedians are much better off. Like, no comedian wants to get an award. Comedians want to be at the back of the room making fun of everybody who's gathered here for this thing.
I'll tell you an interesting story. I was reading this book, some book on history. Jesters in courts, comedians in history, have been part of culture for hundreds of years, thousands of years. They always had a very relevant and very important role in every court. A lot that could not be spoken about openly because of societal conditioning. The jester's role was to bring it into people's subconscious while making a joke about it and getting away with it. So the very first jesters had crowns on their head. They had almost the importance in society that a king had, because these guys could actually speak their mind where nobody else could.
That's because they were pardoned for speaking the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's inherently anti-establishment, so it feels coolest.
Is that why you say comedian?
Yeah, I think that's why instinctively I want to go to that, because I still think of it as the coolest term to describe.
When I think of you, I think ad maker.
Now. Marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Even I think comedian every time I think of you.
Interesting.
Writer and comedian.
What do you think?
I think elder brother.
Oh my God. Cut this shit, guys. The thing is, every time I see like a comment that says, Ranveer, you're just so annoyingly positive all the time, etc., etc. I'm like, you guys don't even know the real life version of him. He is 5x more annoying in person, wants to meet you, give you a hug, kiss you on the cheek. Yeah. It's so frustrating.
When I was younger, my mum would watch Kasauti Zindagi Ki and Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi.
Thank you.
So I have seen a few versions of Mihir, a few versions of Tulsi, Ganga, like all the characters. I remember them vaguely. Ranveer would make such a good Mihir.
Mihir? Oh my God, that is so true. That is so true. So I got too excited.
He's like the dream son-in-law.
You guys are my friends. I'm friends with all of you at this table. My friends know this about me. But for some reason, there's a Playboy image that's spread that's really not me, dude. I want to get married. I want to have kids. I want to impress my mother-in-law. That's what I really want to do.
I think she is a playboy.
Yeah, nor do I.
My friends don't, but apparently that's become an image.
I see Tanmay as the playboy.
So I had a series of videos on my Hindi channel, which were basically about personality development. Okay, and the context for the time is this is just when Reliance Jio had come out and the internet had become affordable in India. So the Indian audiences were waking up to international standards about multiple things. Now, one of the things I figured that people wanted to learn was personality development, like learning to speak better English, learning table manners, learning etiquette, which we take for granted while we're growing up in urban India. I tried making a video called 5 Personality Development Tips. No one clicked on it. Then I made a series of videos called Ladkiyon ko kaise pataye. Okay, which means how do you impress girls? Okay, but the content was the same. It was personality development. But that branding stayed till now. That's one of the downsides of content creation. I've so much to say about the downsides of content creation over the years that people don't understand that we're growing up in front of the world. We have to inherently...
And sometimes made to grow up.
Yeah, that too.
You know, when I see you, I think good guy at heart, vulnerable to a large extent, but persuaded by too much in life, not playboy at all. I feel like overthinking relationships, maybe yes. Overcomplicating the notion of a romantic relationship and trying to break it down and make it work and all of that, maybe yes, but not that. When I look at Tanmay, I see...
You.
When I look at Tanmay, I see somebody who is about to become a playboy.
Oh,
On the verge.
that is why he wants to document his weight loss journey also.
On the cliff, like, you know, on the other side is chaos.
2024, Tanmay.
I mean like fun chaos. But I feel like he's walking up that cliff and then he's going to go to the other side and dive.
I know Tanmay so intimately because I have my first job in life before I started content creation. I was a fitness trainer, like right after college.
I'll tell you a story. Ranveer and I started speaking because Ranveer used to send me drunk texts on Facebook Messenger.
What?
He would get drunk and he would text me saying, "Bro, I just love you so much. I just want to lift weights with you, bro. I just love you too much." Like he used to be so loving that I was like, all right, just come.
This is like in my final semester of engineering college, when I knew that I'm not going to go down a traditional route. I'd got a fitness certification done. And I figured how much money there is to be made as a fitness trainer. Because my ultimate career goal in life was to set up 3 gyms in Bombay.
And guys, I really tried to get him to not get into content, to be fair to me. I tried to tell him to do the gym thing, but it didn't work out.
No. So one of the things I'm always going to... So I'm getting romantic with my elder brother.
Oh my God.
But there's one thing I'll always owe to him. So I'd started training people because it was paying me really well, and I was working on this app I wanted to build. I wanted to build like an Uber for fitness coaches. You can sit at home and like call a trainer, call a yoga session, call a weight training session, whatever.
Yeah, what an awful idea.
Yeah, in retrospect, I understand it. But at that point, my only skills were fitness, marketing, and like some wild business ideas. I just wanted to get started. To train myself, I started training people actually. One of the people I trained was him. And this is when influencer marketing didn't even exist in India.
Was this before Beer Biceps?
This was just when, a little bit before. A little bit before things started. And I literally didn't know that influencer marketing existed as a concept. We trained for like maybe like a year-ish.
No,
less?
6 months tops.
But those 6 months were like education for me about the wave that was going to come, which eventually led to the formation of Monk Entertainment, which led to me quitting fitness training. So thanks.
No, but that happens when you talk to Tanmay. Every time I have spent time talking to him, there's always so much insight in just not what's happening now, but what's going to happen. So a lot of the conversation today, because I was thinking about it after we left also, was what's going to happen and what the next step should be and what he wants to do. So I like the fact that he's always been someone I feel like who's always thought of the next step and take it forward. And that's helped a lot. That's been very helpful for creators like us a lot because we didn't have that knowledge or we didn't have the wisdom to even know where is this going and how to take this forward.
But this is an annoying habit of mine, which is when I meet other creators, I'll really like to tell them what I'm thinking.
That's not annoying at all.
What I'm thinking, but it's got to be with someone where you think there's a safe space where you can really talk about what you're thinking without them being like, "Kya gyan hai?"
Do you still think about AIB?
Yeah, because it shows up on my timeline every now and then, and I watch the videos, and I'm like, still good, still good.
It is.
Yeah, it's still good.
I think comedians and politicians together form some of the smartest people in society.
I wanna take that and just wanna widen it a little bit. Like me and you have discussed, I think a lot of the traits that politicians need which is effectively mass manipulation, is what creators slash
Oh yeah, totally.
influencers
100%.
need today.
We're gonna have a creator president very soon.
Yeah.
We almost did with Trump, but yeah, like a YouTuber president is gonna happen.
It's
very,
going to
very
happen, right? That's a good one, actually.
100%.
It's very
You,
possible.
you learn too much and you have access to too much data.
Yeah.
Like you're able to almost, I don't want, it sounds arrogant to say you can almost predict the future, but when you have that much data, you can almost predict the future.
Yeah, but you also get trained on criticism. You get trained how to block negative comments. Like you really get this like crash course. Like I feel like if I run for prime minister of any country, I feel like I'm ready. I'm ready. What are you gonna get? Okay, you're gonna say bad things. Okay, I already get them now. You know, I need to make videos. Okay, we're already making the videos. We have the editors. Like you want a slogan for the campaign? We have the marketers. Like, what else do you need?
Yeah.
That's it. You just need to reach 1 million people.
Do you think that could happen here in India?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think
in 10 years' time.
Is anybody on the cusp? Do you see any politicians, bar creators?
Ankit Bayyanpuria, you know him? Ram Ram Bhai Sarya ne.
Ramram Bhai Sarya ne, the guy who 75 hard challenge.
Is he a politician now?
He's not, but someone like that could gain that much distribution. In fact, I think there's like a mix of, like, I think newer age politicians will be a lot more digitally savvy. Like you take someone like Vivek in the US right now, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Vivek, yeah.
He's a creator. Every day there's a schedule and he goes and shoots something and there's like 5 clips of it that come out.
Yeah.
And you have to be a creator, quote unquote, if
But do you
wanna
think
make
the
it in-
voting audience is essentially
I don't think it'll
consuming
happen in India anytime soon.
How many million smartphones in India now, Nikhil?
600 million?
600 million?
700
That's your vote base because they all are watching stuff. I think all eyeballs are going to be through the phone now, so you'll have to be a creator if you want mass appeal like that.
I think it'll happen in a 30 million
But
population.
by that logic, I would have assumed more TVs in India than smartphones or access to TV.
Yeah.
So I would have thought TV actors would have become
But
politicians.
that time is changing. I mean,
Right?
Did we
film
have,
actors
like,
became politicians.
Yeah, we had Bollywood kind of going that way.
Not truly, not in a manner where it moved the needle per se.
So I've asked some friends of mine from the world of politics this question, and by that I don't mean politicians. I mean people who work in, I don't know how you frame this, like during the elections they help with like
bureaucrats.
No, yeah, also bureaucrats.
Advisors, lobbyists.
But like there's a lot of work that goes behind even carrying out an election. And then from the political parties, there's a lot of work that goes into swaying the vote in one direction in different constituencies. So there is a whole other skill set involved when you're actually beginning that political career in order to win the elections, but it's a learnable skill set. And I think this content creator thing is actually the bigger skill set about like affecting masses. I think there's this YouTube channel I've followed for years. It's called Charisma on Command. It's one of my favorite YouTube channels ever. Highly recommended. It's
nice.
It's about social skills and it's about media skills. I think so much of media is communication and what people understand from the words you're saying. They analyze Trump, and I think most people know this about Trump now, but he would say very basic things repeatedly.
Yeah.
That's actually what content is in the long term. When people think of your brand as a content creator, they'll associate certain words with you. Like with me, I know positivity, motivation.
Beer Biceps is my favorite YouTube channel.
That's interesting. What is it with you guys? What is your narrative of you you're trying to put?
Acha, off me. Okay.
That I'm generally curious. You can't fake it. The thing is, if you're a regular creative, especially if you're going to be consistent, you can't fake it. So my strategy would be, what am I naturally curious about, and just turn that into content, because that automatically makes the most authentic version if you go out. But you can't fake who you are.
At least not for very long.
But you can control showing people how much of you, like you can do that. Like, is that accurate, Nusayat?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Especially at podcasts. It's impossible after 1 hour of podcast, this is who you really are.
Yeah.
That's why presidents, you really don't go on podcasts more than 1 hour or 2 hours. It becomes, the third hour is like, that's where you make the mistakes.
That's why Nikhil shoots for like 6.
But tell me this, each of us, deep down, are completely different, not completely, but slightly different from what we project. Because
Slightly different,
we all are darker, right? I think any philosopher would say, Machiavelli used to say this, right? Like, a prince needs to project A, B, C, D, E, but he actually has to be something else. Like, being generous I'll take one of the examples. Like being generous for a prince or a king is not a good thing, because if you're a king and generous, people get accustomed to your generosity and they forget a world before that. And then you have to increase taxes to continue to be generous. And when you do that, they go after you. So as a king, you need to be a completely different thing, but you need to project a bunch of things, you know, virtuous, moralistic, generosity, ritualistic, religious. These are things when you project upon a society that resonates with you, the odds of you staying in power for longer are probably higher. So when you say authentic, do you mean truly authentic? Or do you mean this mask that you're projecting, which is slightly authentic, but not authentic enough to get you to trouble?
Interesting. So I like to think of it as, you know, if you're playing FIFA and you select a character, you have like 7 attributes show up. So the digital version of authentic would be, what are some of the attributes that are actually true, right? And those are the ones you choose to project, because that's what's the closest version of you. But you can't truly be fully authentic. That's a suicide.
That gets you into trouble.
100%, because nobody's fully clean, and unfortunately, when you gotta be public, you gotta
I
try
think
be as
clean
fully
is
clean.
the wrong word. I feel like every human has A side and B side. He has the outside and he has a shadow side.
I've met hundreds of creators, and I think you guys can relate to this. You see their content and then you meet them. And actually, the thing that surprised me the most is that most creators are extroverted in the camera. They're very excited. They're very energetic. But when you meet them, they're like in the corner or just by themselves, like not talking to anybody. They're like, wait, is this the same person? So I think that, yeah, you're right. There's still extroversion versus introversion. Most creators are actually introverted, that I realize, which is shocking. They only like talking to a camera. They don't like talking to humans. So there is a dissonance. There is a difference between what you see on YouTube and what you see in real life. And I would even argue that we're all a bit more than what we make our videos about.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
So you're saying, in summary, if there is a young wannabe creator, content creator,
Nice.
Spider-Man,
Spidey sense.
say a young 20-year-old wannabe entrepreneur trying to build distribution through content creation, what we are saying is he has to be authentic, but to the extent that is acceptable in the societal norms that he lives under. And he still has to do 1 or 2 things to resonate with the audience.
But
there
Nikhil-
has to be authenticity, but not beyond a point.
But Nikhil, isn't that true for
Everything.
Isn't it true for anytime you are effectively speaking to an audience, be it as an entrepreneur talking to 1,000 employees in the company? I think anytime there is a major public interaction, there is a degree of performance that almost is uncontrollable. It just
Even
comes
if you're
up.
not speaking to anybody, why do people dress up?
Yeah.
Why do you put your nicest clothes? Because you want to show a different version of who you really are. Why do people put makeup on? That's human nature, I think. So we shouldn't blame it on the creators for being different in front of an audience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, no one's blaming Kriya. I think Nikhil is just delving into the
No,
human
I'm just
psyche
trying to
of-
figure out what works.
Yeah.
I have a compass I follow when it comes to this authenticity thought in my head, is that the larger the quantity of content that you release, the closer you get to your actual authenticity. But ideally, you shouldn't go to 100% because of the second point, which is that everything you say should be true, but not everything that's true should be said.
You got a lot of hate, right? Like recently. And I've tried to I know Ranveer for a long time, okay? I know Ranveer from a few years ago when he was younger. And I remember him interviewing me or doing a podcast. We did one together. And I was like, this guy is so good. He organically has a way to put you so at ease that you're so comfortable talking to him. And he's
Agreed.
and he's always been such a nice guy through and through.
Yeah.
When people were saying so much crap about him, I was like, I called him up. I do call him up and I say, don't take this to heart. Like, if somebody is making the effort to look up Ranveer, search him on Twitter,
Trust
and then
me,
go
he's
there and
not
write
taking
a
it to
comment.
Yeah. So
But how do you put up with that? But that's a big part of being a content creator, right?
Yeah.
I'll give you the 100% honest answer. I went through a shithole of a phase in engineering college, and it just blew all the emotions out of me. And like, I was just left emotionless by the end of engineering college.
That's not true. You're an emotional guy.
You're very emotional.
Maybe I can compartmentalize it well, but I'll tell you, there's been 2 phases where hate has affected me. The first time was when I first had a viral video, like an all-out national viral video, where I spoke about
Amir Khan.
Amir Khan,
yeah.
and Amir Khan's, you know, Amir Khan is. He had a big fitness transformation, and at that point,
Oh, yes.
I made a video about how it's probably not completely natural.
Oh, wow.
And it was just a suggestive video, but that's the first time I blew up as a fitness content creator. The second time was fairly recently where, so I've been cancelled a lot on Twitter over the last, like since COVID began, like since
Does it
2020.
get easier?
Yeah.
What do you do? Like these young people we are encouraging to build distribution, to sell the brands they later create, they will get cancelled.
Yeah.
So is it best to like shut up when you're getting cancelled and ignore it? What is like a tip?
It's too subjective because the cancelling, sometimes it's truly your fault. And if it is, you should like address it.
Yeah, but I also want to push back against the word cancel. There's no such thing as cancel. You cannot be canceled on the internet. It is the algorithm has no emotions. You think the algorithm is like right wing or left wing? It doesn't care. You create content, it's interesting enough, it shows it to people. So you can say you're canceled, but you come back next video and you get the same number of views, if not more. The question is, what do you do when there's pushback from the audience? And the way you should look at it is pushback is the most positive thing that can happen to you. As a creator, if you get canceled or pushed back, you have cracked it.
Yes.
You are finally relevant enough to hate.
It's
The
very
opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference.
Yeah.
Exactly. The opposite of love
Is
is
that
indifference.
true in
Yes,
this world?
very true.
Yeah. People, again, we're using the word cancelled because of a lack of other words to describe that situation where you're receiving a tsunami of criticism on the internet. Now it boils down to who you are subjectively on the inside as a content creator. Are you someone who will absorb all of it and feel bad about it? Or are you someone who will absorb all of it, take the feedback, and then improve your content? For me, my game has always been quantity. You need to know your own game and your own strengths as a content creator. I'm not the smartest, not the most creative creator, but I can create a huge amount of content. That amount is good enough for you to show your improvement, show that you absorb the feedback, and eventually those same people who've been pissed off with you for that one thing will say, okay, we've noticed now that you've corrected your mistakes and admitted to doing the wrong. And in some cases where if you don't agree with what you're being cancelled for, don't respond. So
People need to understand another thing is that creators are change makers. When you make a video, you are affecting change in the world. Every time you want to change something, there is resistance. If I try to change the location of this cup, there is resistance of the cup towards my change. If you try to change a country, there is resistance. That's why every politician in the world gets death threats, because they are the ones who are making the most change.
Is that something a creator should actively do? If he is anti, let me not say establishment, but anti-public opinion, he gets more traction?
You will get more, yes, you will get more traction if you are that.
So is that a hack? Like you look at
In
what is-
general, extreme opinions will get more traction.
Yeah. The hope is that your
opposite of-
extreme opinion is not bad.
Why is that? Like, because the negative feedback loop soothes our psyche in some weird manner? If everybody is saying a certain restaurant is good, and if you were to go online and say this restaurant is shit, crap, don't go there, bad,
Yeah, it gets
your
a lot
comment
of
will
views.
get bored.
I feel like we also love drama.
A strong opinion about anything creates a market for the antithesis of that opinion by itself. Because everyone is online trying to build a brand. One of the easiest ways to build a brand is to be contrarian. So every single strong opinion automatically creates the opposite market.
So unfortunately, in social media, every year there's roughly like 6 to 7 opportunities to go guaranteed viral. Guaranteed, right? Any video you make about a topic, it will go viral. Unfortunately, a lot of people utilize that just to get attention. For example, Israel and Palestine. Right now, anybody make a pro-Palestine video, I guarantee you millions of views. A few years ago, there were wildfires in Australia. Anybody that made any video about that, oh, there was protests in Bangladesh. Anybody, farmers protest in India. These are all opportunities for content creators to get attention even if they don't care about the topic. And this is
Just take a contrary.
This is not just the content
not the
creator.
contrary.
This is everyone, Nikhil.
But this
Every
is not the
single
contrary.
person.
They're saying like if everybody's saying, okay, we need to protest with the farmers, for example, which I didn't understand what it was about. You will get the views. You will become famous in those 6 chances every year. And I've seen people who know nothing about Indian politics or local Indian affairs, just like,
Rihanna.
oh, that's the one. Now I remember. Rihanna was like, I'm with the Indian. I was like, what does Rihanna know about
Yeah,
this?
yeah. But it became cool to say that.
It became cool to say that.
Likes breed tribalism.
Yes.
Right now, has it become cool to say pro-Palestinian stuff?
It's become cool
Why is that?
because there's 2 billion Muslims in the world. And now, the minute you promote or you support this topic, every Muslim will want to support you as well. So you see that tribalism happen, even if people don't know the intricacies of this very complicated conflict, which I'm part of for 75 years. If things were this easy, man,
tell
it
us
would have been
more.
solved.
I want to understand. Like, I've heard every side there
We
is.
don't have enough hours in this podcast for this.
No, give us a brief history of you. You're an Arab Israeli.
So I'm Israeli Palestinian.
Explain. Where were you born? Start from the beginning. this I'm curious about, genuinely.
No,
What a fascinating story.
Yeah,
right? Like,
yeah.
interesting story.
Look, when people look at Israel, they think a country for Jewish people. What they don't understand is that 20% of that country is not Jewish. And what they don't understand is when Israel came to existence, there were other people living there, and some people left, some people got kicked out, some people died, and some people stayed inside. So my ancestors are the ones who stayed under Israel. So one day we woke up, we're like, okay, we're Israeli citizens.
Okay, so there were a certain number of Jews there. There were a certain
Yeah.
number of Arabs.
Correct.
All of these were the West Bank, Gaza, Golan Heights, everything in between
Yeah.
was one country. Did it have a border?
It was.
Was it
not
a
one-
sovereign nation? Was it one?
No, there was the British Empire. It was the
After the British
It
left.
was a British mandate, and then before that it was the Ottomans. So it's very complicated to like actually say, oh, there was one country here, but there were actual people living there.
The land that belonged to the Palestinians, in my naive,
Yes,
the little bit of information from the few books I've read,
Correct.
kind of information, the landmass that they had has been consistently going down with time.
for the average person who doesn't want to go to the details, there was 11 opportunities for peace, and they were squandered for different reasons. Sometimes it was Israel's fault, and many times it was Palestine's fault, right? But eventually, the leaders in these positions, I've come to realize it is more popular to wage a war than to wage peace. In the Middle East, more politicians died from making peace than from making war.
Explain.
I'm going to say that again. More politicians died from making peace than from making war. Sadat made peace with Israel, the Egyptian guy, Egyptian president, made peace with Israel, got assassinated. Rabin in Palestine made peace, wanted to make peace, got assassinated.
Why?
The
Why?
Israel-
Why?
The algorithm wants war.
The algorithm wants war. I mean, eventually an extremist will come and be like, oh, this politician is going to end my struggle, which is my struggle for a whole country, and they're going to only settle for half. I'm going to kill them. While if a politician wages war, it's like, oh yeah, this politician is standing for what I want. So that's when I realized, oh my God, that's why North Korea is like, will always stay North Korea. If the president tries to do anything different, he's the first to be assassinated. So
Assassinated
by people in North Korea who want to keep the status quo.
basically the people who have gained affluence
Gained
by
afflu-
proximity to that person, something like that.
Something like that. And eventually, in a nutshell, as much as we all want peace, peace is a very politically risky move. And that's why in the last week, no one is calling for peace because it's also risky for content creators. I made a video calling for peace a week ago, and I got 100 death threats. Why did I get 100 death threats for calling for peace? Because this is the time to call for justice, for war, for getting back what we deserve and all that stuff.
The algorithm wants war, Nikhil. Like that to me encapsulates
But the human algorithm,
exactly.
the human algorithm wants justice.
The algorithm is very human.
Yeah.
The algorithm is basically
Fairness.
telling you what people want.
Yeah.
I love and respect and admire just Nusair being able to talk about this with this much gumption, because I don't know if I'd have the courage given where, what he has been through and or what he might go through.
To bring it back to content creators, this is why we need content creators who are able to say what they really want to say, even if it costs them their life. Yes, you can create content and make money. You can create content and build a business. But the point of content creation is, as you said, social change. We must change the narrative on Muslims, on Jews, on Israel and Palestine, on India, Pakistan. I think that's why we're all here. But there's a different kind of content creator who wants to entertain, and that is also good too. So ask yourself, do you want to be a content creator to build a business, to entertain, or to educate?
How far do you think the first content creator assassination is?
Ooh, I think it probably already happened to a female content creator somewhere in the world. I think it did happen.
The point he made is so relevant. I feel like with a corporation disseminating news, they're bound to be biased in one form or another. I think the role of a content creator in getting their actual story out is so incredibly important for the world, right?
Yeah, it's independent thought needs to be encouraged. But I also think that, look, it's easy to say that everybody should be able to voice their opinion. But voicing your opinion is not necessarily the best thing for business, which
not good for
most,
business.
let's be honest, most content creators are in the pursuit of being brand friendly enough that they can make a living, but I also say that you want to be king first before you become a philosopher, right?
Like Shah Rukh Khan.
Like Shah Rukh said this, right? So you want to feel secure financially before you're able to voice your thought very, very publicly. Or at least this is what I have maintained, that I think if I feel extremely secure financially, it actually, the thing that you're buying by making money is freedom to express.
Yes.
If I am able to divide my revenue income from what I say publicly, that's the ideal world. This is why I agree with Nusair when he says that if you build distribution, you want to build businesses under it. So you have an infrastructure around you that can continue to exist without being dependent on what the comment section says about you.
Such a good point. And I want to give this advice to anybody that's starting content. Brands are not your friends. Brands are not your friends. Brands are the first to chicken out when you get canceled, when you get pushed back. Like I lost a couple of brand deals in the last month. I'm sure you lost brand deals in your life. We've all lost brand deals.
In life, yeah, lots.
Because of something you said.
Prajakta, you too?
Not yet.
Have you ever been cancelled or pushed back?
Not yet.
If you have to think that long, it's a no.
So maybe this is the time. Say something.
Oh, Lord. But I was talking to Tanmay about this, and I agreed to what he said about the whole opinion bit of it. What I was telling him, I was like, I'm so nervous about this because a lot of times I'm so unaware. And there are so many things that I'm constantly kind of educating myself, because it's a huge world when you put yourself out there. You know, like there's a lot of expectations of comments about so many things that, especially in a country like ours, where it's such a mix of people with different likes and different kind of content that you watch and different issues that we're kind of living
There's
with.
like 15 countries in the comment section, right? Like it's
so mixed. So for someone like me, I'm terrible at multitasking. If I am doing one thing, I'm literally not watching anything else. I'm not reading anything else. I'm not educating myself about anything else. If I'm like, for example, right now I'm writing a book and that's all I'm doing. I'm so unaware about so many things, which is why this is a very informative conversation for me, because I now have context to a lot of things, which I should have, because I understand the responsibility that comes from being someone who speaks out and who has impact. So that is something that I'm constantly working on. So I feel like for someone like me, it is a tough space when it comes to having that opinion.
So if I was a brand, I would throw all my money at you.
as they have.
Because you are so safe. I can associate with you and you'll never be canceled for saying something stupid about Israel and Palestine. So that's why this is a good strategy, actually, to build a good business. Unfortunately, we have a big mouth. And so I've realized that now that I lost $1 million from making that video from a brand deal, community is the one thing that will stick with you no matter what you say.
Yeah.
So now I'm building only community-based businesses. That's, I think, is
give
the
me an
future.
example of what you mean by community.
Community-based business is basically, I want to make my money not from a brand that gives me $100,000 to make a video, whatever. I want to make my money from selling a product to the people that follow me everywhere around the world. For example, it's Nas Travels. So we're creating this group trips product where we take you on a trip to Ecuador to see Ecuador for a week together.
You know, I wish I could.
So even if I get canceled by a brand, a person buying my product in Colombia does not care.
That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Are you doing that too?
Yeah, I'm working on building businesses that can leverage the distribution that I have. And I think this is a good strategy for every creator, especially if, I mean, a lot of creators who aren't in the entertainment section usually already have this built in. Like, you know, Sharan, for example, has already thought of it. A lot of folks who are into education have edtech to fall on. But it's usually folks in the entertainment section that kind of have to think about, well, what is the business that I'm going to build?
Yes.
Because my whole business is I'm going to play an ad in the middle of entertaining you. So one of my natural instincts was I love writing content and I've written comedy my whole life. So writing advertising, marketing, that sort of stuff came naturally to me. I moved to Bangalore. I realized that, oh, there's a big section here that could do with some of my advice. And so I started, you know, advising startups and that sort of thing. But this is super useful advice. And I think Nusair is the king of this. Nusair has done such a good job. Like, no one understands video like him. So now he produces video and it's a playbook that he taught his company, and now this company can scale for him. So tomorrow if a brand doesn't work, Nusair is still okay. And I think I truly believe that everyone should be making content because it teaches you sales across the board. And really, what do you need to be successful? You don't know
Is
how to-
that making content at the end of the day? Learning
Yes.
how to make sales?
Yes.
Marketing?
Yeah.
If I were hiring for marketing, if there was a kid who could take an Instagram page from 0 to 10,000, that kid is killer, right? Most CMOs don't know how to do this. Most CMOs would not know where to spend money to make this happen. In fact, people who are in marketing jobs at brands, what they're truly doing is exercising the judgment on what's good or not. They're spending dollar on making a
The
decision.
3 stages
How
of
do you know
life.
what's good or
1,
not if you
young
haven't
and
been to
dumb.
brands over
2,
and seeing what's good or not?
Yeah.
So I truly think most people who make content today, if you have this experience for 10 years, there is a very good marketing job at the end of it.
Yeah.
Do you think that's another pathway? Like
100%.
we thought of build influence, distribution, start a business, fashion, restaurant, SaaS, software, whatever, sell. Another part could be build distribution, get hired.
Yes.
Build distribution, get hired. In fact, I think, like Nisar mentioned earlier, there's going to be a whole batch of creators who after 5 years of traction realize that this might not happen. Marketing is a super interesting and useful career that they can get into almost immediately because they know more than most marketers.
Very interesting. Before we get into the influencer parts, broadly,
Oh, we haven't gotten into it.
we're going to
I
start
thought we
with
were
a bit.
there.
There's a reason why this goes on for 5 hours.
This goes on for 5 hours.
Content creator economy. How big is it?
In 2021, I remember this number. There was this whole article about how the creator economy has added 10,000 crores to the Indian GDP. It's contributed 10,000 crores to the Indian GDP. You would be a better person to break that down. What I understand is it's created that kind of employment, that kind of influencer marketing spends, etc. We've been in the space I've been in the space for 8 years. Tanmay's been in it longer. We've constantly seen an increase in influencer marketing rates as long as you stick to the game. That's where I anticipate it's going.
But the space itself, you start at the very beginning of it. Like
He started at the very
like 10 years, right? This whole space is 10 years. It's a 10-year industry. And I think there's an article last week that said it is a $250 billion economy. Now, what people need to understand is that all these numbers are meaningless. Nobody cares. What they should have conviction of is that we are 1% of the way there in the creator economy. This is as new as AI.
So let's assume the size is 100 billion. That's what the global size people say. We'll assume India is lesser because the rate per clicks, how much money you can make out of views in
Low
India
ARPU.
is significantly lower, right?
Yes.
Would you say 1/5, 1/10 of
110.
US?
It's 110. Exactly 110.
I mean, my YouTube ad revenue CPMs would say even worse.
No, because I have international audience and I can segment based on country. So if I get $1,000 from American audience, I get $100 from Indian audience.
Can you break down the 10,000 crore thing? What does it mean?
I would say, see, I know a little bit about the influencer marketing world. I have a company called Cofluence I've invested in. I think the amount of money brands are spending on purely social media influencers, because you can extrapolate and everybody's an influencer, right? If your profession is social media influencer, like you, for example, I would assume that number is between 1,500 to 1,000 crores a year and growing by 30-40%.
2,000 crores, so effectively you're saying that 2,000 crores is the advertising pool for influencers.
Yeah. That's how much money. I'm a
That's small,
t-shirt
no?
maker. I give Tanmay that much. I give Tanmay 50 lakhs to promote my t-shirt. I'm talking about things like that purely. I'm not
But
talking
that's
about
10% of the economy.
Yeah.
That's
10%.
There's another 90%, which is community commerce. Creators making money from their followers.
That's even smaller.
Without needing a well, I think it's gonna get much bigger than brands.
But today I don't think it's very big.
But there's
India.
but in India maybe, but there's actually because in India maybe the audience does not buy, so you rely a lot on brands. And maybe that's a culture here in India, but in America you're making much more money from your community than you're making from a brand.
Everything that happens in America always takes 5 years to get to India. This has been the one out and out
Yes.
golden lesson I've learned
Yes.
in my content creation career.
Not true necessarily in this case. Give me a second. Okay, give me 30 seconds.
Continue your thought.
It happens in every industry to a large degree, but in media, I've noticed that this happens very, very heavily.
No. This is, you're talking cultural trends wise, but the simple fact is India is a DAU farm of the world. And when you're a low ARPU country, let me just explain that, what I mean by low
What
ARPU.
does DAU farm as?
Yeah, DAU means daily active user farm of the world. What this means is that Netflix will launch in India, but Netflix makes the most amount of money per subscriber around the world. But for their investors, they're like, we have 20 million customers, 30 million customers from India. So that looks impressive on a global earnings call, right? This is why I think we're far away from a US market, and it's not just 5 years away, because the degree to which you can monetize your audience is directly related to how affluent your audience is. And India, unfortunately, is a low ARPU country. We are a developing economy. ARPU is revenue per user. So how much money can you extract from per user? This is true across platforms, true across creators.
Yeah.
Facebook ARPU in India is way lower, just like Snapchat, just like Netflix, all of that. So no, India is not just 5 years away. It's when the whole economy prospers enough.
No. That is the pessimistic view. The optimistic view, let's all be optimistic. If people here want to become creators, is that in India, people maybe are not used to buying something on the internet that is digital, but they are used to spending a lot of money on
online.
physical experiences. For example, Nas Summit tomorrow, 1,000 tickets sold, $77 per ticket, which I just made $77,000 from India audience, purely India audience, right? So there is...
Yeah, it depends on what they would spend at. Like,
Yes, what's the product?
yeah, India spends very highly on
Physical experience.
hopium products, I would say. We spend very highly on education.
Yes.
What is hopium?
Products that give you hope for a state that you wanna be in. So we do. I mean, finfluencers make so much money, right? Financial products will make a lot of money. In India, products that either save you money, or make you more money will make a lot of money. Products that save you time don't necessarily make that much money.
Yes.
Which is why tech courses will do really well in India. Products that give you higher status, because higher status leads to higher mating success, those make a lot more
Give me an
money.
example.
Cred?
Cred, for example. Okay, higher status is, we spend a lot of money on fancy weddings, wedding wear, right? That's a higher status thing. We are less likely to use, like, we want discounts on our Uber rides because we don't care so much about saving 20 minutes.
So India has a lot of money. It's
Yeah.
just people think a product that does well in America will do well in India, but actually it needs to be Indianified almost. A different product needs to be sold here.
Yeah. I mean, it's always been the compass I've followed in terms of deciding where I want to take my content, as well as the next business moves. Because as content creators, we don't have reference points in India. Like the reference point I'm using as a content creator in India, it used to be like at the start of my career. Now it's a little bit of Baba Ramdev. because he's the original influencer of this country.
Interesting.
Like, I mean, he influenced so Baba to give NAS
I know.
content. Have you heard of Baba? Ram?
Yeah, of course.
You've heard of his brand Patanjali?
I'm like 20% Indian at this point. Like I know a lot of the references.
Naseshwar.
That I don't understand.
Yeah. But I mean, Patanjali was merch. It was a merch launch.
Yeah. You earn trust over a very long period of time.
Have you tried selling merch?
For me, my merch is digital. It's my meditation app called Level Supermind.
Digital, right? So not physical. By the way, actually, Prajakta, when we met in Davos, you were wearing a sweater. And the sweater was so interesting that she put in a picture, it got so many likes that the sweater ended up selling out at this
Yeah, I
shop.
should have worn my merch.
should
That
have-
was someone else's brand.
So there is money in merch in India, is there?
Yeah.
Not in merch necessarily.
But not many people who have started influencer-led brands have done well.
Yeah.
I would say the failure rate is 80-90%.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what I learned off of this meditation app. This is going to be a slightly long answer, okay? Basically, we got a huge boost when the app launched. And then it started trailing off a little bit. Long story short, I figured that now there's too much distribution built out. This is in 2021. We're doing content is going well, we're getting growth, but it's time to create a product at this point. I always wanted to do something in the health space. Eventually, we created an app with both physical fitness as well as what I term as mental fitness, which is a bunch of guided meditations, guided sleep stories, etc. Always wanted to bootstrap it. When we launched, we got a massive response thanks to BOS's distribution. And it gradually started declining a little bit over time. Spoke about it in the video. What I decided to do at that stage was we went from 2 episodes a week to 4 episodes a week. Now, for some reason, this hacked the YouTube algorithm, and my stuff started getting shown not just to,
People who subscribe to you.
yeah, but way more. I don't know what happened.
Short video.
Is that still as relevant? How many times you post exponentially increases your audience?
It depends on the content. I think I also caught the podcast trend in the country. So instead of my subscriber rate, my monthly subscriber rate was just doubled, but I think it went something like 4 times.
Yeah, it went vertically. Just want to double click on this a little bit, right? So some formats lend itself to higher top of funnel, right? For example, Dhruv Rathi, right? Dhruv effectively is a modern day news channel, right? So news dominate, whatever's dominating the news, if
Do you
Dhruv
think
makes a
he's
video.
doing so much? He's doing so well because he's taking, like we discussed earlier, anti-narrative.
I
of-
don't think it's the case with Dhruv.
Yeah, I don't
it's
think-
the
I
case
don't-
with other
yeah.
people, but not with Dhruv.
Dhruv is not extreme as much as just an explainer of what
Yeah.
he thinks is going
I think
on.
it's more like a Vox.
Yeah, so it's similarly in Ranveer's case, Ranveer's guests bring in newer audiences each time, and Ranveer is able to retain some of them who end up subscribing. They're like, I want to see more of Ranveer on my timeline because he interviews a lot of popular guests.
So if I were new, if I were a 20-year-old boy starting something out to build distribution, how often should I post? What duration works today? What is the path of least resistance to
Yeah.
get distribution?
So I think a lot of people in this table make long videos, including you. And I don't know who the hell is still watching this video. You must have a lot of time on your life. Okay. But the only and the best way to get distribution today is to make YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, Facebook Reels that are 59 seconds exactly, which is the 1 minute guy. And I think short content gets you reach. And after you get the reach, you should go deep by creating the podcast. But you shouldn't start by creating a podcast because Amy, you've had fame from other places. That's why your podcast works. But if there's a nobody now starting a podcast, unfortunately, that's gonna kill their dreams.
Also, social media changes extremely.
Do you guys
rapidly.
agree with what he said?
Social media changes literally every 6 months. But for the last year or so, a good beginning has been exactly what Nas said. that
So you make
start-
short videos, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes to begin with?
It's easier to get more top of funnel through short video. I agree, but the holy grail is long form.
And-
That's the holy grail. I want to ask Prajakta actually. Prajakta has done both. Like she's prolific at short video now, but you began with YouTube. Like, what do you think? Like, because you've done both and you now do a lot of the short video stuff.
I was actually forced to go to short video when the lockdown started because that is what everybody was doing. And that was, I think, the only time as a creator where I felt like I didn't have an option because it had reached a point where I felt like nobody's watching it. Nobody has the patience for it. Nobody wants to spend any more time. So that's how it started, and I did not expect to like it. I was very resistant to short form content. I was very adamant, almost stubborn with saying, you know what, I don't care if the whole world's going to make short form content. I'm going to stick to. I remember talking to Neil when they kind of took funding off YouTube Originals. I was so upset.
Yeah.
But I was like, I was coming to you with pitches. I had things I've been working on. I wanted to pitch originals to you, and you've taken funding off because you're pushing shorts. And that broke my heart. But
Yep.
I started having fun with it because then you kind of see it's nice to go from a point of understanding that if I'm making a 20-minute video and my analytics tell me that I lost a huge chunk of my audience at 7 seconds, and then going and watching like a 20-second video and seeing that, oh my God, there's that many replays and shares happening. So it's affirmative, but like he said, the holy grail.
Holy grail is long form.
Also, with long form, you're truly building community because you're developing trust because they're getting to know your heart and not just your vision.
Yes, but let me disagree here a little bit. This is like trying to swim against the tide.
Yeah.
You must ask
Yeah,
yourself,
yeah.
where is the tide going? If you swim against the tide, you can do this and you're still in the same location, okay? Always go with the winds. So what is the winds? It's basically, what does the C-level leaders at social media platforms say? You should read the earnings report. You should read the quarterly calls of Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. And from listening to the CEOs of the social medias, you can guess where the tides are going to go because these guys control the tides.
And
They're
where
tide makers.
are they going according to?
So 7 years ago, I was following Mark Zuckerberg's reports, right? I was following the quarterly earnings. Mark Zuckerberg 7 years ago said, pictures are great, but I see a future where, in the future, where 90% of Facebook is going to be video. Bam, let's go.
Boom.
Video, let's go, right? So no pictures, not a single picture of Nas Daily, right? What I'm trying to say is the tide makers and the fortune makers are actually humans living in Silicon Valley and in China. Listen to what they say and then do exactly what
And
they say.
what are they saying today?
So right now, the TikTok guy is saying shopping on TikTok is going to be big and live on TikTok is going to be big. So I would probably try that. The people at YouTube are saying, no more originals. YouTube Shorts is going to be the future. So I would index on that. Facebook or Instagram is saying, what are they saying? Do they even say anything these days? Instagram is like
Metaverse. They're saying metaverse.
Oh, they say metaverse, right? So I would keep my eyes open. Like if I was starting a 7-year career now, I would probably want to start as like AI creator or a metaverse creator because in 6 years, you are going to be at the right place at the right time.
Is that a lot more expensive to create content on the metaverse?
Right now, I mean,
No, it's just a camera.
It's not expensive. It's just I think 99% of the people haven't even bought Quest 3
Can't
yet.
watch
Just
it.
they
So
they
waste
haven't
of time.
tested it out.
There's
Time
like
is
2
very
million
valuable.
people in the world that can watch.
Like the
So what we're saying in summary is make shorts, build distribution, then do long form.
I want to add something experiential here based on my experience selling this meditation app. Okay, we get about 3 to 4 million views on any short form video that I create, which is usually emotional. It caters to the mental health oriented audience to whom my app is also catered to. I'm trying to hit the mark. I reach that audience for sure because those reels get insane engagement. Okay, I do podcasts like that as well. We always get more sales from the podcasts.
Wow.
Like almost, we get almost no sales from Instagram.
Yeah, I want to just double click on this, Nikhil, because it's not as black and white as what Nusayr is saying. While I fundamentally agree with him, think about how you're consuming short form content, right? You are actually scrolling and something comes across and you see it and that counts as a view to that. So when Ranveer gets 4 million views on a short, probably 1 million of them may be people who actively subscribe to Ranveer, whereas the rest of them are just going to watch him for 30 seconds and move on. Which is why affinity to a creator when they watch you for 9 minutes straight or 10 minutes straight is a lot higher, which is why movement or click-through ratio on links that you provide will be a lot higher on long form. So short video is a great way to get traction, Discovered. And I would bet on, like Dhoni said this recently, right? And Nusair said this a bit before, saying that you don't want to kill your dreams by attempting something so audacious by swimming against the tide. What you really want is to start feeling confident as a creator early on in your career, which is why short form video is effective for you to start. That is why.
Yes, correct. There's different phases in your life. One is you're a nobody. Everybody starts at a nobody. We were all nobodies 10 years ago, correct? So when you're a nobody, your number one goal is to be discovered. You get discovered through shorts. Then your number one goal is to build a community, so you make longs. Then your number one goal is to build a business, so you build a community, build a business.
The number one goal is to start feeling confident that you can be a creator. Like Dhoni said, that you want to bet on a guy who's confident about himself than necessarily someone who's more talented. Because you can be very talented but be underconfident, but you're not going to be effective. So as a creator, I would push for try and get that one video to pop so you feel like you can do this, because nothing is as...
The harsh truth is that this industry, especially when it comes to money, is heavily dependent on the views you're generating. Be it long form or short form, just figure out how to get the views first and foremost. Then you can like go through the nooks and crannies of it.
I also feel like when you start off, it takes some time as a newer creator to grasp the idea that it's a very long game. It's not something that's going to give you overnight virality and then your life's set and you're going to have businesses and a community and stuff like that. So I feel like if you're starting off, what they're saying is important is because for you personally, it's extremely important for you to feel like you have it in you to keep going, to reach a point where you will be able to make a community.
People kind of talk about the downsides of content creation. They don't know the true picture of it. And in its core, it's a chef's job. You're serving food constantly. And people will forget you after like a month of you releasing.
Okay, so just to summarize, we first learned that every 7 years, typically a creator life changes and you have to use that time to monetize, build something which is outside of creation. We spoke about short form is a good way to build traction initially before moving on to long form. Listen to what the CEO of TikTok, Facebook, Twitter are saying.
100%.
Hear their earning calls and try to figure out where they might be going to next. Now, what are the low-hanging fruits? Like he also said, Nas said at some point that these 6 opportunities in a year,
if someone is sending you this,
by taking the contrarian opinion, you could have a hack to building distribution. I'm not suggesting anyone should do it, but that's one hack.
Mental health matters.
Now,
it's important.
I'm
to
starting
check in
today.
On your
My
friends.
name is Nikhil. I'm 20 years old. I want to build a business selling t-shirts in 2 years. I don't want to go the traditional route of performance marketing because that skews up my numbers and I'll never make money that way. I need to build distribution to sell merch. What kind of content do I start creating today? Low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, I want to go first here. I think at the heart of
The difference
either long
between
form or
coffee
short
and your-
form is viewer retention. At the heart of it. Even if it's short form, the videos that perform the best are ones which has highest viewer retention, right? Average view duration on that short has to be high. And if you notice, every major trend on Instagram, every major filter, every trend that comes around is basically hinging on what happens, what's the reveal at the end, right? Be it the thing on the top of your head saying what movie star are you? It goes around for a bit and at the end of it, you'll get the answer. Why is it like that? Because it's trying to get you to watch towards the end. So even with short form, like stuff like three things to keep an eye on when you're making your wardrobe. Number 3, number 2, number 1. A small hack, for example, people want to stick to number 1 and that's how you get people to watch till the end. Number 1 will blow your mind. That's how people begin videos. At the heart of it, get people to watch till the end. That's going to get more traction.
So that's the format, right? The question you need to ask yourself is, when it comes to the content, what do I have access to that nobody else in the world has access to? That's the question. What do I know better than anybody around my friends?
Yes.
What is my unique access, right? So
what is that answer for you?
So for me, right, I was like, okay, I'm a software engineer, but a lot of my friends have access to like engineering. Actually, what I have access to is the world. I have access to Kenya. I have access to Ethiopia because I have money to travel. I have a good passport. I have access to the world, while a lot of people in India or a lot of people in Pakistan, a lot of people in my hometown country don't have access to the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go show you Ethiopia. And so my unique value to you is it's not my beauty, it's not my looks, it's I'm going to show you the world. I'm going to make you travel with me for free while you're pooping in the bathroom and I'm showing you Ethiopia for 1 minute. So that's access. So question is, what is access? You have access that nobody has access to.
What makes
Is
you
a-
unique?
What makes you unique is a comedic sense.
Comedic sense. So
You know how to make people laugh.
So I take that to any genre that I go to naturally.
Exactly.
Another thing I just want to add to what Nusair said, while what you have, Andrew Huberman is a great example. He has access to neurological data from
Right,
Harvard.
health data.
Yeah, so he's able to talk about that. You're special in that one thing that everybody cares about. The second aspect is, do people care about
You'd
what
be
you have access to?
surprised that everybody in the world cares about
about
your
it.
access.
Yeah.
Even t-shirt manufacturing, you could get millions of views if you make a good piece of content on how a t-shirt is made.
You can. But as a long-term plan, it's what you have access to and what the world cares about. That's your
marriage of the two,
That's
exactly.
the marriage.
Exactly.
And the second thing I want to add there is, like, this is great. What Nusair said is true, but how you make your shit and how scalable it is determines how tired you get over a 10-year timeline, right? So in my case, I'm lucky that I'm able to make humor out of anything. So I'm able to jump genres and
stay
I'm
for 10
able to
years.
scale a lot more easily, where it's harder to scale when you're traveling 300
That's
days
why
of
I
the year.
stopped after 7 years.
Yeah.
Because you can't travel to Ethiopia anymore. I'm tired. You know?
And I can't keep watching Ethiopia while I'm pooping.
Rajasthan, what do you have access to?
I think for me, and it took me some time to realize that, because like when I started making content, I didn't make it with any sort of plan. It wasn't conscious. I didn't know what I was doing. It took me a very long time to figure out what my place as a creator was. I was very, very inspired by what Lily was doing at that time. So that was, again, a route that was set for a female content creator starting off in comedy. Doing what AIB was doing was a route that was set. I understood that, oh, I can make like songs and I can make sketches and stuff like that. So a lot of it, and is why I said in the beginning, is it was so important for our creator journey to have a player like AIB ahead of us, was because a lot of it was really just adapting as I kept going, because I was just winging it for a very, very long time. I was making shit up as I was going. If you asked me where do I see myself, like if you asked me 5 years ago where I saw myself, I had no clue. I didn't also expect the economy to be what it is like
And
that.
today, what do you have access to?
I think right now, I've come to realize that what I have access to is that I can tell really mundane stories and make it interesting.
How?
Through sketches, through the storytelling that I'm doing right now, through even if it's a story of me working out, it's mundane.
Would you put sketches in the depiction category? If you're able to depict something in an artistic manner, that's a USP for a
Yeah, I
creator?
think storytelling for me. Yeah.
Commentary on
Yeah.
society. is
And
access.
what makes you work? Because that's not really access in a manner, right? Why is
But
most
she has access of just talent to perform
Yeah.
in multiple ways. She can act, she can dance.
I write.
Yeah,
I
she
quite
can
like-
write.
And for the person watching this, you can tell if you have the access to that or not based on how entertained you keep your 5 friends.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming before this.
But I only have 5, so you got that right.
But I'm assuming before you started content, you were like the life of your
Yeah,
5 friends,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that is your first signal that there's something there. Like when I started Facebook as a normal person, my Facebook status update was getting 60 likes, and my roommate's Facebook status update was getting 6 likes. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
if I am 10 times better than my roommate at telling a story, there's something there. So if somebody's watching this and they're the life of the party of their friends,
Yeah.
you can have 10 million followers.
Yeah, and I also feel like it gets very confusing when you start off, because it's a very singular journey. When you start off, you are kind of figuring everything out for yourself in a way that also 8 years ago, nobody knew where this was going, unless Amsha Tanmay knew.
What? With that short video, I had
Not
no
video, but like I just in my head, I just feel like you just knew more than I knew back when I started, and because you were doing that already. But I just feel like it is such a, it can get very क्या बोलते हैं उसको?
pendulum.
नहीं, जब अकेले हो जाते हो एकदम से कि you are in your
Isolated.
isolating. It can get very, very isolating for you. So even if you don't exactly know how to pinpoint what you have access to, I still feel like it's still not a bad point to start.
Yeah.
I universally agree with the thought that everyone must try creating
Yeah.
online.
Yeah, and that gets me to my next
100%.
point, which is we used to live in a world before, this is, I think Gary Vee said this before, where it's like you're either a doctor or a lawyer. Choose. 20 years ago, choose. You're a teacher, a doctor, or a lawyer. I said either.
Yeah.
Today, we live in the and economy,
Yes.
right? This is not my idea, to be clear. The and. You today, you can be a doctor and a teacher.
Yeah.
You can be a lawyer and a creator. And actually, creator is the most and job in the world. You
Yes.
can literally be teacher, waiter.
Seen this play out
And
in
it
so
adds
many
a
people.
lot of
And the
value to
creator.
your other professions.
100%.
So now we're saying not just entrepreneurs, but even
Everyone.
professionals. It's a way for doctors, engineers, everybody to find clients.
Right from the guy scooping out ice
distribution.
cream at Baskin Robbins
Yeah.
Totally.
to
I feel like that's already happening,
or
no?
future president. Yeah.
I feel
What
like
is your unique access today?
I mean, let me start off with health, right? Like he had access
But you also
to
access
knowledge
to like
about health.
interesting humans.
I've had like 7 reinventions over an 8-year career. So I don't have an exact answer, but according to me, one is the size of my country's population. That's one unique thing I have.
What? How do you have access to that?
I can talk in Hindi, you can't.
Well,
Wow, we're
until
going
AI.
very macro. Fair
Wait
point.
until AI. You'll see my Hindi.
No, I'll tell you what. I don't
ये
know.
इथियोपिया है और हम वहाँ आज इस माउंटेन पे खड़े हैं.
There's a very different pulse in India, like of the Indian audiences. So
Okay, what else
content
you
for
have
them is
access to?
very different as compared to content for English audience. And I owe it to this human here who suggested that I begin Hindi content in the first place. That's one. The second is I think as a content creator, you have to see your own human side also. What are you good at as a human being? I'm an energetic person, so I think stamina, and that's just helped because I truly believe in content. It's about quantity over quality after a point. So you figure out how to up your quality. and then-
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
After a point, quantity over quality?
Yeah, for me.
Interesting.
So always, okay, that's a
believe that.
great tip. So whenever you begin, even if you're doing one every 6 months, quality hits.
No. When you begin, it's only quantity game.
He's saying quality first, then quantity.
You say quality first?
I had to learn something. At least, see, I'm talking based on my own trajectory. I learned how to create videos.
Well, you gotta have some quality.
No, zero quality. You should have zero quality at the beginning. Have you seen day one Nas Daily? It's horrible. It's
Yeah,
cringe.
yeah.
I think that's how all of us feel about all our content, but just the ability to frame.
Nikhil, to double click on that, the more quantity you output, the better your quality gets if you're really paying attention. So
And,
quantity helps.
The third strong thing that's worked for me, honestly, it's a bit of a cliched answer, but engineering college. Because it just taught me how to think of the world as machines. It taught me how to reverse engineer things, and now I can learn anything faster than normal.
Yeah, but really now, the reason I follow you is because you have access to India's most interesting humans, and
That's
which
now, yeah.
the normal
That's
person
now.
cannot get
That's
access
access for you today.
to. That's
That's
for you
access
today.
for you today.
But actually, people should ask themselves, whoever is watching this, ask yourself, what kind of weapon are you? Are you a machine gun or are you a sniper?
Sniper.
How'd you know?
wow.
I say the same thing.
We are brothers from another mother.
We've done too many panels, brother.
A machine gun is somebody that say, if I want to kill the enemy, we should get a viral video. I shoot 500 bullets and hope something sticks and hits the enemy.
Okay, another digression here.
Wait, this is an important idea. A sniper, the sniper has one bullet and gets a headshot.
Right.
So a sniper in this case is somebody who goes and makes a Netflix documentary, waits 3 years, puts it on Netflix, becomes big. Jewish matchmaking or Indian matchmaking. That's sniper creator.
Is that a thing? Jewish matchmaking? Is
Yeah, that's a real thing. That's a sniper creator. Whoever made that, that's a sniper. One episode, I'm famous around the world. A machine gun is 1,000 videos in 1,000 days, 1,000 skits, 1,000 podcasts. We're all machine guns.
AIB was sniper. Once a month, twice a month, boom.
You're a
It hits.
sniper.
You're
We're
a
all
sniper.
machine guns.
You come once a week. I'm a machine gun now, which is I'm outputting 9-10 videos a month.
Okay, so one digression I wanted to ask you guys. Psychology states that kids born after the year 94 are very different from us. So they don't get driving licenses as much. People who are above the age of 18 and are applicable to get a license are not applying as much. They don't buy homes as
Uber.
much. They don't go
They're
on
not
dates.
buying homes as much?
No.
They don't go on dates as often. And they spend a lot of time on their devices. So if the new content creators of today, because the younger generation initially adopts content that becomes cool, if somebody is starting in the content world today, what does he build to cater to this generation? This is a very coddled generation, right? They're more about rights, less about contribution. These are people born in a post 9/11 world where they grew up not knowing what was going on. They know about rights.
Post-truth world now.
Yeah,
also.
they've had anti-bullying in school. They've not been allowed to go out and play. Like you remember when we were kids, like your parents would tell you come home by 9 p.m., right?
Correct.
Like right now, that
It's
doesn't
the
happen
reverse.
anymore. Right now, the kids are totally tracked. They have to tell their parents what they're doing at every point of time. So this will change the consumers of the content that is getting created today, and the people who build from now on have to bear this generation in
I mean,
mind.
short video is a direct result of this. It's lower attention spans, right?
Is that all?
I'd break that down a little further. The one human need that stays constant is storytelling. The second human need that stays constant that's not spoken about is feeling something extremely emotional, something that piques your emotion a lot. And emotion could also be just laughing really hard on Tanmay's reaction videos. Something that piques your emotion heavily. Also, this generation, like the younger people that I have come across, the ones that work with me, I've seen generally have more problems dealing with loneliness than people our age did. It says that there is some kind of vacuum there, which I've seen gets filled with emotional content and really raw content, which is also why I think podcasts are taking off in the country. People want realism. There's a fantastic podcast called Untriggered. It's something like this, but more like chill. Like,
Gen Z.
Yeah, more Gen Z. Blowing up. Just consistently catering to the lonely urban Indian. Because when people listen to it, they feel like, hey, I'm hanging out with my friends.
But if these kids have a lot more time on their devices, I'm saying they're not going out and playing because they're on their devices so much more. Strangely enough, another data point here is their necessity or how they perceive work is 20% lesser than our generation. Like when we were at their age, we were thinking work.
They prioritize healing a lot more.
And they are a lot more.
Healing from what?
From
You
your
haven't
own...
been injured yet by life to be healed.
No, but the thing is, the strange thing is when you tell someone, when you teach a kid that if Tanmay says something about me, I can let it offend me so much, even though he's expressing his point of view, that I can have mental trauma because of it and then I can be depressed or one of 100 different things.
Why me as an example? Is all I was wondering.
So I actually kind of have a different opinion.
Yeah.
I actually don't think today's young kids are like this, like hurt and emotion and all that stuff. I don't think that actually, I feel like they're much
Do
stronger.
you think they get offended a lot?
No, I just think offended people have a bigger voice. I don't think the number of offended people
I
are
wouldn't
actually...
agree with that. I feel like the ecosystem has changed in such a manner that people take offense not just to what is said to them, people take offense to what is happening around them. And it affects them in a significantly deeper manner than it did my generation.
And people hold on to pain a lot longer.
Because they've been taught and conditioned to believe, this generation that I'm talking about, that A, it is right to get offended, B, it is good to, demand for your rights, but nobody has ever asked them that what is your contribution to anything for which you're demanding the rights that you expect you should have.
So I'm looking at the glass, I think, half full.
And I'm looking
and
at
you're
it
looking at
half
it like
empty.
right here.
Yeah.
I think that behavior actually does affect change. You think naturally we're just gonna have a nice country? No, it comes from a lot of hard disagreements and fights.
But what are you disagreeing about? You're disagreeing about things like, I don't like this city, I don't like this, I don't like
Right,
that.
yeah, when
based
people,
on my
so
expectations
when
of
enough
things.
people come out and say, I don't like the traffic in Bangalore, what's gonna happen? That's gonna create some pressure on the city council to fix traffic.
The question I'm also saying, you have a point there, but the point I'm trying to make is this person who is complaining about the traffic in Bangalore has become the kind of person that you put him in any ecosystem will spend a lot of time complaining.
Because the
Fair.
path to likes has the least resistance today than it did earlier. Earlier, the path to getting likes was through literally getting a fancier job, was to literally you would want likes in the domains that were accessible to you. Now, just that in today's world, you're able to get quicker dopamine hits by saying X, Y, and Z things. As someone once said, saying you get likes if you're pretty, witty, or outragey. These are the three quickest paths to like. So I don't blame the generation for being that way, because that's the quickest path to like.
Also, I feel like a lot of the young people, like he said right now, because of the loneliness that they're kind of going through a lot more than we did, are looking for companionship in causes. I remember a time, and I hate to put it like that, but I remember a time where it was cool to talk about depression.
Now is that time.
When it started, it was cool to talk about bullying. You know, there came a time where one person would speak up about it, and then everybody would speak up about it, and it became, the term started getting used so loosely.
Yeah.
That we reached
Therapy
a
speak
point,
became common.
the sensitivity from it kind of went away. So I feel like at this point, a lot of our young audiences are also looking for these groups and these communities.
Prajakta, that is my point. I'm not saying this trend is a good thing or a bad thing. I'm saying, as a content creator beginning today, what is a hack to hit this market?
And
get them to follow you.
We have to make a distinction between complaining about something and feeling like a victim about something. Feeling like a victim, I agree with you. No one should feel like a victim. I'm a victim, help me, help me. For example, traffic in Bangalore, okay? You can either say, because of the traffic in Bangalore, my mental health is killing me and then I cannot show up to work. That's a victim mentality, right? But you could also be a change maker mentality and say, I don't like the traffic in Bangalore because of this and this and this and this.
I agree with you. I'm talking about the victims.
So maybe we should
and
be
that's
victims.
That's
Yes.
happening a lot. Now I'm
That's
wondering.
because, Nikhil, there's likes in victimhood. There's
Now
likes
I'm
in
wondering-
there's
Yes,
likes in
correct.
victimhood.
No, but the real question here at the bottom of this is, what content do you build to hit this market? Because we know this market is there.
But we shouldn't
And this
make
is-
content to hit this market.
No, but get them to resonate with you.
But people are. People are.
Like
Outraging and being victim gets likes.
I'll
So
give
is
you,
that
a very 2023 answer. And this answer would have been different last year and the year before that. Right now, the key to growth is Instagram Reels. What's working on Instagram Reels is emotional content. What's working within emotional content is well-made content. So the bottom line here is that the skill that should be focused on now is how you can become a better video content creator. How can it be better looking? How can you tell a story in a short amount of time? And at the end of your reel, do you leave someone feeling like they want more from you or from the
But
story?
if you want to grow a base on LinkedIn or Twitter, you don't need to necessarily make video.
Yeah.
But if you're outraging, you're probably
Do you
gonna
think
get
that's the way to resonate with this marketplace?
if I'm on social media, I'm seeing the best of other people's lives. Would I not automatically feel like I deserve that too?
Yes, you would.
Of course you would. Of
Very
course you
natural.
would. Let me give you an interesting anecdote, okay? And I'm pretty sure it will check out statistically. The attrition.
sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure of this. Like if someone does this. The attrition rate amongst talent management companies is at its highest it's ever been. All right? Why is that?
Can you explain what attrition rate
I'll explain. Attrition rate is when people leave a company, which is the employees churn. Now you ask Viraj from Monkey, you ask Vijay from Collective. Why is that? Because 20 years ago, if I was managing talent, for example, if I was managing A.R. Rahman, right? Would there be that much envy for A.R. Rahman as a manager? I'd look at A.R. Rahman make 3 crore rupees per show. I would not have that much envy. But today, if I'm managing a creator who makes short video or makes sketches on Instagram, and this person is taking 10 lakhs per reel, how high do you think that envy is? It's insanely high, right? That is why attrition rate is going higher and higher, because more managers are managing talent who are doing things that seem a lot more accessible and doable.
How do you utilize that? If you're a content creator and you know the generation you're creating for is a bit more entitled,
Yeah.
is a bit more victimized,
Is a bit more they are alluded by flashy life. We already do this. Why does flexing on the internet get more likes?
Yeah. Sales 101. You solve for their problems, which is this.
I'll define who I want to solve the problem for. I am a 20-year-old girl in Bangalore who is going to college, not really interested in education that much, but going because my parents have drawn that path for me. I have 50,000 rupees a month of income I'm earning from some side thing that I'm doing. I have 20,000 rupees to spend. I have 4 hours a day to consume content. I spend 7 hours a day on my cell phone doing ABC. This is a different category of people than 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago. What kind of content will resonate with this crowd? Nuanced, different from 10 years ago.
I think every creator will have a different answer, firstly. I'll tell you my answer.
Yeah.
These problems are happening with younger people because there's overthinking. You solve for their overthinking.
How?
By talking about your own story as a creator. This is also personal branding. That I was also at this stage. This is what I did, and this is the solution I have. That's something that works for me a lot. The second thing that I've
me a second,
noticed
my-
people
give
want
me
a
a
lot,
second,
I don't know
my,
whether it's an Indian
keyboard
thing or
is not
not.
working.
Nas, please
Just give me a
chip in.
second.
People are extremely hungry for knowledge and unbiased media, like raw media. So you throw a bomb of rawness through the podcast, and in terms of this overthinking and these emotional problems, that's where I have my Instagram game.
But is there only one
my baby. Without you, my whole life crashing. I'm so lonely. I'm still lonely. I have nobody to call my own. I'm so lonely. I'm still lonely. I have nobody to call my own. I'm so lonely. Yeah. इससे भी कॉपीराइट आ जाएगा ये किया तो भी कॉपीराइट आ जाएगा भाई मतलब मैं तो कुछ कर ही नहीं सकता हूँ मैं तो मुझे मार डालो भाई अगर इतनी छोटी छोटी बातों पे भी हमारी मौत हो जाए तो क्या ही काम की बात बताओ नहीं नहीं आप बताओ मुझे बताओ आप मुझे बताओ So I'm going to start a new. It's number 144. I'm going to see the reference once. God bless me. I'm really very sorry if I had blasted your eardrums. I'm sorry for that. Okay. Now here a girl comes in the shot. I'm going to quickly explain you whatever is happening so that, and she's going to come and hit the guy for no reason. Just sorry. Just because she thought about it. She's going to come into this frame. Diggy 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 like this. Till here. So I'm gonna move her to a new layer and give it a nice quick animation. Alright, on this frame also there's one girl, I guess. Remove her. Now on this frame, this girl should be somewhere over here. And here she must be somewhere here. It's a so long shot, so what I'm gonna do is make it half.
Do I have the permission to do that?
Favorite color and 3 different reasons why is how you view yourself.
बिल्कुल यही है.
तो आप अपने आप को ऐसे व्यू करते हो कि you want to go with gel with everybody and you want to be able to absorb everything from outside but not change
your identity.
So you want to be yourself.
Yes.
Right?
Thank you very much.
You view yourself as someone who always wants to be the happy thing, the light thing in the environment, and who wants to stand out and take risks, which is actually, from what I have gathered,
Very good.
It's true.
Yeah,
very-
clearly we've given right answers.
Yes.
very nicely answered.
Exam seriously लिया.
Seriously, हमने लिखा काफी देर लगा गया.
Cute school boys. Okay.
Yes.
Favorite animal के क्या है आपका?
And मेरा तो बहुत obvious है. I think dogs are my favorite animals, and I was thinking about chat, and I really sat and thought कि why do I love this stupid, silly creature so much? There's some things that I wish I was like chat. Okay. First of all, this boy forgives and forgets so quickly. He forgives and forgets so quickly. 10 मिनट पहले कुछ तो हुआ होगा. He's so big. He's 35 kilos, पर उसे पता नहीं कि वो बड़ा है. तो आके एक ग्लास गिरा दिया. तो मैं डांटूंगा कि क्यों किया ये? ऐसे कितने बार समझाऊं मैं? ठीक है, थोड़ा नाराज होगा, बैठ जाएगा ऐसे. 10 मिनट बाद भूल जाता है कि अभी उसे डांट पड़ी है. He's just back to wanting to love me. It's crazy. I'm like, how can you forgive and forget so quickly? It's too cute. Second, he truly lives every day like it's his first and last. Every morning, itna enthusiasm. This boy is so cute. Every day is his last day. He wants to be a part of it every single day, even at 5 a.m. Nobody is more in the moment.
मुझे that feeling of being in love मुझे बहुत खूबसूरत लगता है. वो आपको जितना खूबसूरत महसूस कराता है उससे कहीं ज्यादा खूबसूरत वो होता है. जब आपको प्रेम से प्रेम होता है तो उसके अंदर जो व्यक्ति है वो 10 गुना ज्यादा प्रेम देता है आपको. मेरा जो आइडिया ऑफ लव है वो है लर्निंग. क्योंकि मैं जिस भी इंसान से मोहब्बत करता हूँ मैं सीखना चाहता हूँ उन्हें. आई वॉन्ट टू लर्न देम बाय हार्ट. ठीक है, मैं उनकी बचपन से कहानी की पहली बार बालों में क्लिप कब लगाई थी और जब स्कूल बैग किस रंग का था, ठीक है, जब पहली बार स्कूल गए से लेकर ऑफिस में क्या हुआ है और वो काम पे कैसे जाती हैं और वो अपने माता पिता से उनके संबंध कैसे हैं और वो क्या बात करती हैं, मुझे सब जानना होता है. तो मैं उस तरह का प्रेम मुझे पसंद और मैं जीवन में यही चाहूंगा कि ऐसा ही प्रेम जीवन में आता रहे.
Your idea on love and where you're at in your life and are you कि आप कैसा पार्टनर इमेजिन करते?
मेरे ख्याल से मुझे प्रेम से बहुत प्रेम है. मुझे दैट फीलिंग ऑफ बीइंग इन लव मुझे बहुत खूबसूरत लगता है. वो आपको जितना खूबसूरत महसूस कराता है उससे कहीं ज्यादा खूबसूरत वो होता है. जब आपको प्रेम से प्रेम होता है तो उसके अंदर जो व्यक्ति है वो 10 गुना ज्यादा प्रेम देता है आपको. मेरा जो आइडिया ऑफ लव है वो है लर्निंग. क्योंकि मैं जिस भी इंसान से मोहब्बत करता हूँ मैं सीखना चाहता हूँ उन्हें. आई वॉन्ट टू लर्न देम बाय हार्ट. ठीक है, मैं उनकी बचपन से कहानी की पहली बार बालों में क्लिप कब लगाई थी और जब स्कूल बैग किस रंग का था, ठीक है, जब पहली बार स्कूल गए से लेकर ऑफिस में क्या हुआ है और वो काम पे कैसे जाती हैं और वो अपने करती हैं, मुझे सब जानना होता है। तो मैं उस तरह का प्रेम मुझे पसंद, और मैं जीवन में यही चाहूंगा कि ऐसा ही प्रेम जीवन में आता रहे, बना रहे।
क्या बात है, मतलब क्यूरियोसिटी,
हाँ हाँ,
कि वो क्यूरियोसिटी रहे तो वो
मुझे बहुत जानना है, क्योंकि क्या मुझे लड़कियों से बहुत लगाव लैक ऑफ फीमेल एनर्जी अराउंड रहा, तो जब
Put your
से
hands
मेरी
up.
लड़कियों
This
से
is a
दोस्ती
mockery.
होना शुरू हुई है, मेरी बहुत अच्छी दोस्ती, क्योंकि मुझे जानना है उनको, मैं जेन्युइनली जानना चाहता हूँ कि ये कैसे होता है, वो कैसे होता है। शायद वो अगर हमारी कोई बहन होती तो वो इन्फॉर्मेशन शायद हमारे साथ सबकॉन्शियसली बैठी होती कि अच्छा ये है रेजर कैसे यूज होता है फलान टिम का, या नहीं भी पता होता तो एक अंदाजा होता कि कुछ है इधर, है ना, कि कुछ मालूम होता आपको कि ये कुछ रहता है जो थोड़े सालों में आप फिगर आउट कर लेते हैं, आपको पता चल जाता है कि ऐसे होता है। हमने सब कुछ सुन के सीखा है, ठीक है। इट्स लाइक कि जब कोई शब्द गलत उच्चारण से कहता है, ठीक है, तो उसको कभी टोकना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि उसने पढ़ के सीखा,
Put your hands up.
उसने
This
सुना
is a
नहीं।
mockery.
तो वैसे ही मैंने
you mean
जो
a
भी सीखा
robbery?
है जीवन में प्रेम के बारे में, महिलाओं के बारे में, वो सब उनसे ही सुन के सीखा है। इसलिए भी शायद मुझे बहुत प्रेम है प्रेम से, क्योंकि मेरा प्रेम का जितनी मेरी समझ है ना, वो सारी लड़कियों से ही आती है। मैंने पुरुषों जैसा प्रेम नहीं समझा है, मैंने महिलाओं जैसा प्रेम समझा है।
I want to read something that I recently found that I find to be absolutely beautiful. Okay, it's a poem by a really amazing writer called Khalil Gibran. It's a poem called On Marriage by him.
वाह,
Okay, then the Almitra spoke again and said, "And what of marriage, master?" And he answered, saying, "You were born together, and together you shall be forevermore. You shall be together when the white wings of death scatter your days. You shall be together even in the silent memory of God. But let there be spaces in your togetherness,
वाह,
and let the winds of the heavens dance between you. Love one another, but not make a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls. Fill each other's cup, but drink not from one cup. Love. Let it rather be a love togetherness,
वाह,
and let the winds of the heavens dance between you. Love one another, but not make a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls. Fill each other's cup, but drink not from one cup. Give one another of your bread, but eat not from the same loaf. Sing and dance together and be joyous, but bread for and the all Khalil Gibran. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, it's a poem by a really amazing writer called Khalil Gibran. It's a poem called On Marriage by him.
वाह,
Okay. Then the Almitra spoke again and said, "And what of marriage, master?" And he answered, saying, "You were born together, and together you shall be forevermore. You shall be together when the white wings of death scatter your days. You shall be together even in the silent memory of God. But let there be spaces in your togetherness,
वाह,
and let the winds of the heavens dance between you. Love one another, but not make a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls. Fill each other's cup, but drink not from one cup. Give one another of your bread, but eat not from the same loaf. Sing and dance together and be joyous, but let each one of you be alone. Even as the strings of a flute are alone, though they quiver with the same music.
वाह,
Give your hearts, but not into each other's keeping, for only the hand of life can contain your hearts. And stand together, yet not too near together, for the pillars of a temple stand apart, and the oak tree and the cypress grow not in each other's shadow.
वाह,
Amazing, no?
Wow, very
It's
nice.
too good.
Very
It's
nice.
too good. And I
Wow.
feel like it
Wow.
really encapsulates
Wow.
like my feeling of what I think of companionship like. मुझे लगता है कि लाइफ एक एक्चुअली एक सिंगल प्लेयर वीडियो गेम है एक्चुअली। आप सिंगल प्लेयर मोड में खेलते रहते हो, ठीक है, लेकिन जब एक पार्टनर आता है ना, आप चूज करते हैं कि मुझे आज डबल्स खेलना है, मुझे 2 player वीडियो गेम खेलना है, right? But actually life is single player. It's like you dealing with your own issues, your own conditioning, your own life. बहुत problem होती है life में. And in such a situation, like this is how life is. And the only way to continue growing is to grow yourself and let someone else be part of your growth, but not should be with someone who chooses to do it with you, and you choose to share it with them.
So it's parallel.
It's parallel.
It's not one.
And you choose to share your life with someone. Your lives do not become one. You choose to share it, and that I think people tend to forget.
Codependency is what is considered love because of the films we've seen, the stories we've read. ऐसा लगता है कि दो जैसे मेघ जान जैसा कभी नहीं होना
ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए.
प्यार है.
तुम अपना करो, हम अपना करते हैं.
और बीच में सब जगह हम हैं.
और बीच में सब जगह हम हैं. And I think I find that to be beautiful, and I find like my most fulfilling relationships have been like that. जहाँ पे तुम्हारा भी बढ़िया चल रहा है, मेरा भी बढ़िया चल रहा है, चलो साथ में भी कुछ बढ़िया करते रहते हैं. Like it's that.
Okay, I want to ask you all one last thing.
जी. Why one last?
Give it all.
अभी तो और आधा घंटा दे सकते हैं.
अच्छा तुमको जाना नहीं?
हाँ नहीं बताओ.
I want to know. मैं अक्सर सोचती हूँ कि अच्छा रिया बेटा तूने ऐसी लाइफ जी, तेरे पापा आर्मी में थे, तू यहाँ रही, सूरतगढ़ राजस्थान में रही, अम्बाला में रही, ये वो तेरे साथ ये सब हुआ, तू एक्ट्रेस बनने चली थी, अच्छा एक्टिंग नहीं हुई, अब तू यहाँ आ गई है, लोग तुझे हेट करते थे, अब शायद कम हेट करते हैं, पता नहीं, अब तू पॉडकास्ट कर, तू नया करियर शुरू किया, तू कपड़े बेच रही है, मैं कपड़े बेच रही हूँ आजकल, मैं आई एम इन गारमेंट्स. एट द एंड ऑफ द डे अगर मैं जब 70 साल की होंगी या जब तक जीऊँ, व्हाट विल दैट लाइफ बी जिसको मैं पीछे मुड़ के देख के बोलूं सही किया मैंने, मतलब ये सही था. तो व्हाट इज दैट लुक बैक वाला मोमेंट दैट you want to have for yourself or if you've ever imagined it for yourself, and of course you.
मैंने बहुत सोचा इसके बारे में. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि किसी भी इंसान का जनाजा जो होता है ना, वो उसकी यात्रा का अंतिम पड़ाव है और वो सबसे खूबसूरत पड़ाव है, क्योंकि आपके जीते जी में एक आंखों की शर्म है कि आपने दिवाली पार्टी में अगर बुला लिया है तो अरे जाना पड़ेगा, उसका मैसेज आ गया यार. ठीक है, जनाजे में वो आदमी नहीं है. हर इंसान जो शिरकत करेगा अभी इस वक्त इस यात्रा में, वो इस उसका आप कोई उसका एक्सचेंज खत्म हो गया, वो उसका खाता बंद हो चुका है, उसका किताब बंद हो चुकी है.
अब वो देख नहीं रहा है.
अब वो देख नहीं रहा है, पर फिर भी वो शख्स, लोग सारे आते हैं उसमें, क्योंकि कुछ था जो रह गया है उसके हिस्से का, जो वो करके छोड़ के गया है और उसके आप अभी भी एहसान में हो और आपको जाना पड़ेगा वहां पे. तो मैं जब जाऊं इस दुनिया से तो मैं दे के जाना चाहता हूँ. ठीक है. और रही सवाल अपने आप की जिंदगी को पलट के देखने की, तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि हर वक्त, हर जिंदगी के मौके पर, हर मोड़ पे, हर चौराहे पे खड़ा होके जब मैंने अपना कोई फैसला लिया है तो उसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी उठाई है मैंने. क्योंकि मैंने अपनी तरफ से, अगर मुझे कोई गलत हरकत करते हुए मजा आ रहा था तो मुझे आ रहा था, और मैंने सोचा था उसके बारे में कि सही है, ये क्या है, क्या नहीं, क्या नहीं, ठीक है, ठीक है ना, और जो भी मुझे ठीक लगा वो मैंने किया है. तो मैं उससे शर्मिंदा नहीं हूँ अपनी किसी भी की हुई पिछली चीज से. एक फ्रैंक सिनेट्रा करके बड़े गायक रहे हैं, और उनका एक गाना है जो मैंने 2010 में सुना था और वो आज तक मेरे साथ है. उसका नाम है आई डिड इट माई वे, और वो इसी बारे में है कि साहब जिंदगी में सब उतार चढ़ाव रहे, और मेरे ख्याल से वो फ्यूनरल सॉन्ग है वो. ठीक है. और बहुत सारे आर्टिस्ट जो हैं वो गाना गाते हैं, अपना कॉन्सर्ट जब वो खत्म करते हैं ना तो वो उस गाने को गाते हैं. रॉबी विलियम्स करके एक सिंगर है, उन्होंने जब रॉयल अल्बर्ट हॉल में परफॉर्म किया था तो उन्होंने उस गाने से क्लोज किया अपना कॉन्सर्ट. रॉयल अल्बर्ट हॉल बहुत कमाल की जगह है
जहां आप भी परफॉर्म करते
जी. मुझे
हो, क्या बात है.
शुक्रिया. सोचिए ना कि क्या फीलिंग है वो, कि वो हर इंसान जो जिंदगी में आपसे मिला है, तो जब भी मैं किसी से कोई फेवर करता हूँ और लोग मुझे कहते हैं जाकिर हाउ विल आई पे बैक, मैं कहा मत करना, मैं जब मरूँ ना तो आ जाना, है ना. तो इसीलिए एक शेर कहा था कि मेरे 2-4 ख्वाब हैं जिन्हें मैं आसमां से दूर चाहता हूँ, जिंदगी चाहे गुमनाम रहे मौत में मशहूर चाहता हूँ. मैं जब मरूँ ना तो आ जाना, है ना. तो इसीलिए एक शेर कहा था कि मेरे 2-4 ख्वाब हैं जिन्हें मैं आसमां से दूर चाहता हूँ, जिंदगी चाहे गुमनाम रहे मौत में मशहूर चाहता हूँ, है ना, से दूर चाहता हूँ. तो इसीलिए एक शेर कहा था कि मेरे 2-4 ख्वाब हैं जिन्हें मैं आसमां से दूर चाहता हूँ. जिंदगी चाहे गुमनाम रहे मौत में मशहूर चाहता हूँ. फ्रैंक सिनाट्रा का जो गाना है ना, उसके अंदर एक लाइन है कि आई एम श्योर यू न्यू दैट आई बिट ऑफ मोर देन आई कुड च्यू। हर बार जिंदगी में आपके पड़ाव आएगा जब आप आपको लगता है कि लेवल अप करना पड़ेगा, है ना, और आप अपने वजन से 10 गुना ज्यादा उठा लेते
Put your
हो,
hands
जो
up.
आपकी
This is a
एक-एक
mockery.
हड्डी तोड़ देता है, और आपके आसपास के लोगों को दिख रहा होता है, जो लोग आपसे मोहब्बत करते हैं कि ज्यादा कर लिया इस बार। कई बार आप उठा पाते हो, कई बार छूट जाता है आपके हाथ से। लेट द रिकॉर्ड शो दैट आई टुक द ब्लो, कि हाँ जब बेइज्जती हुई, अपमान हुआ, तब भी वो भी बिल्कुल हक से चेहरे पे खाए। बट इन द एंड लेट मी से, नॉट इन अ शाय वे, आई डिड इट माय वे।
वाओ यार,
कि कोई
Put
बात
your
नहीं,
hands
शर्मा
up.
के नहीं
This
गए,
is a
भाई बात
mockery.
जैसे भी किया, जो भी किया, जहां तक भी पहुंचे, जहां भी आए, अपने दिल से किया, मर्जी से किया और हक से किया। वो मैं ऐसे देखता हूँ।
what a beautiful thought and so
Yeah.
well said. My
Don't you
God.
mean a robbery?
What happened कि आज हमने जो जो डिस्कस किया ना कि अच्छा आप फनी कैसे बने, उसका जो ओरिजिन भी जो है ना, इट कम्स फ्रॉम वेरी सेल्फ क्रिटिकल वॉइस, राइट? कि अच्छा मुझे मेरे बारे में ऐसा लगता है, इसलिए मुझे फनी, इसलिए मैं फनी बना,
हाँ,
राइट? और ये एग्जाम में मैं पास हो गया, ठीक है? फिर इवेंचुअली लाइफ करियर जब आता है, करियर जब शुरू होता है, तो आपको लगता है कि एवरी मोमेंट इज एन एग्जाम, राइट? करियर में आगे बढ़ना भी एक एग्जाम होता है, राइट? एंड यू आर ऑलवेज इवैल्यूएटिंग, डिड आई डू वेल, डिड आई डू वेल? फिर वंस यू आर इन द पब्लिक आई, एवरी मूवमेंट इज एन एग्जाम वेयर पीपल टेल यू हाउ यू डिड। सो एक ट्रेनिंग हो जाती है मन की, वो क्रिटिकल वॉइस की, वो और क्रिटिकल होता आता है, होता आता है, होता आता है। दिस वाज नॉट गुड, यू नो, दिस इज व्हाई पीपल फील एंग्शियस अबाउट समथिंग, दिस इज व्हाई पीपल लिव इन द फ्यूचर, दिस इज व्हाई पीपल लिव इन द पास्ट, because you're
Don't
always
you mean
being
a rob?
told either this was not good enough, or this was not up to your standard, or this was. Everything is an exam. And that the more you are in the public sphere, the more it keeps becoming stronger and stronger.
Don't you mean a robbery?
So I think at the end of life, what you would really want is to be like, not was I good, was I bad, which is who was I, and it's okay,
वाह,
and it's fine. You know, you tried your best, I did it my way, and it's okay. Which is, it truly is that. As long as you feel like you didn't intentionally do anything, as long as you feel like you were trying your best, whether you did well or not, it's fine.
हार हुई, जीत हुई, ठीक है।
ये होना ही
It's
है।
it's fine, because दे दिया आपने पेपर, आप क्या चेंज करोगे? जो है वो है, there's no point stressing, it's fine. So I feel like once you get to that part of life, you want to be in a place where you can just let go and be like, this is who I am, this is what I did, and that's fine too. And I
I
hope
think
I
lose
get
that control
just
finally,
lose
ना?
it, yeah. This is just what
Because we
this
are
is.
constantly in that कि कैसे जा रही है, हमको लग रहा है हम गाड़ी चला रहे हैं, हमको पता भी हम नहीं चला रहे हैं, लेकिन हमको लगते ही जा रहा है कि हमने लेफ्ट लिया, नहीं नहीं हमको राइट लेना था, हमको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि हम तो जा ही रहे हैं, गाड़ी जा रही है, तुम खाली बैठे हो।
Yeah, you know, in a dark room ना, कभी एक छोटा सा अगर एक विंडो खुलता है तो एक स्लिट ऑफ लाइट आता है रूम के अंदर, ठीक है? वहाँ पे डस्ट रहता है, वो लाइट के अंदर तुम क्लियरली डस्ट देख सकते हो, एंड यू नो हाउ रैंडम इट इज, लाइक एनीथिंग इज हैपनिंग, ये पार्टी यहाँ से जाना है, ऐसा आता है, यहाँ से आता है, फिर नीचे आता है, फिर वहाँ से थोड़ी हवा आती है, यहाँ से आता है, कुछ भी हो रहा होता है। दैट इज एक्चुअली लाइफ। उसके अंदर हम इतना सोच लगाते हैं ना कि एक्चुअली मैंने ये किया, उसकी वजह से ये हुआ। पीपल अज्यूम देयर इज टू मच कंट्रोल ओवर एवरीथिंग दे
कुछ
डू।
नहीं
और
है।
उसमें पता है भैया, एक मैं बताता हूँ कि उस पार्टिकल की ना अपनी जिंदगी नहीं है, हमारी है। और अगर वो पार्टिकल के पास अगर वो अपॉर्चुनिटी हो ना कि वो बस अपने मूवमेंट में ज्यादा नहीं, सिर्फ 2 डिग्री बदल ले,
तो कोशिश
तो
जरूर
उसके
करें।
लिए जो टेस्ट ऑफ द टाइम में ना, वो बहुत लंबा सफर करना
नहीं, ये तो लोग कहते हैं लक पड़ा ना, कि सपोज पार्टिकल यहाँ आई और यहाँ जा रही है, उसको मौका मिला इससे चिपक जाए, यू सीज द डे एंड यू डिड
वो
इट।
कर लेगा।
क्या?
मैं तो आई वाज समिंग अप फ्रॉम द
करेक्ट
वेयर यू स्टार्टेड, बट हाँ, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि लाइफ रैंडम भी है, पर उसमें बहुत सारे आपके फैसले भी हैं,
ऑफ कोर्स।
बहुत सारे आपके फैसले भी हैं। और मुझे अपने आप को रिप्रिमांड करने की बजाय, है ना, मैं उनको ओन करना चाहता हूँ कि हर बार अपने आप को आप स्क्रूटनाइज मत कीजिए,
करेक्ट।
है ना, कि मैंने ऐसा, अरे मुझे ये क्यों कर दिया, वो क्यों कर दिया। जितनी समझदारी थी उस हिसाब से ये किया,
अब समझ
आगे
आया
बैठे
कि
समझदार
हाँ,
होंगे, और क्या है ना,
correct।
है ना। हर दिन मैं तो
सोशल
अपनी,
मीडिया मेक्स इट वर्स यार,
क्योंकि वो एक तो वो रह जाता है ना, वो तो
हाँ,
इतना
यार।
सर,
इतना
इसीलिए मैं
sharing
यूज नहीं
नहीं
करता हूँ
करना
ज्यादा, है ना, कि मैं सीख रहा हूँ ना, मैं क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है, मुझे सोशल मीडिया पर अनुसार ये भी लगता है कि मैं कंटेंट भी बहुत ज्यादा इसलिए नहीं डालता हूँ, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि व्हेनेवर आई एम गोइंग आउट इन पब्लिक, इट्स लाइक आई एम सर्विंग फूड, ठीक है, मेरा किचन मत देखो। इसलिए भी मैं जिन लोगों से मिलता हूँ, जिनसे मेरी दोस्तियां हैं, जिनके साथ मैं उठता बैठता हूँ, मेरी कोई तस्वीरें नहीं उनके साथ। जो मेरा गैंग है, जैसे कि हमारा गैंग बहुत बड़ा गैंग है, और हम माशाल्लाह से बहुत अच्छे जिंदगी जीते हैं क्वालिटी की, इंटेलेक्ट की, समझदारी की। बहुत ऐसे सैड मोमेंट में अपने साथ में मैंने एक बात लिखी थी कि अगर इतना समझदार होके अगर मैं शुरू से पैदा हुआ कभी तो क्या फोड़ूंगा मैं सेम लाइफ में। हाँ कितना नहीं पता था, कितने और कितनी सारी चीजें होती है ना एक्सेस की आपकी, जो सिर्फ सोशल क्लास से हैं, इकोनॉमिकल क्लास से।
करेक्ट
है ना, व्हेन यू चेंज स्लैब्स, लोग बोलते हैं ना कि अरे गरीब लोग ऐसे क्यों रहते हैं, अच्छे कपड़े क्यों नहीं, अच्छे कपड़े पहनना, सच बात है कि अच्छा लगना या ठीक से रहने में बहुत पैसे नहीं खर्च होते, पर उसके लिए भी पैसे चाहिए,
और वो प्रायोरिटी नहीं होती ना उस वक्त।
ये पता होने के लिए भी पैसे लगते हैं कि अच्छे से रहने में बहुत पैसे नहीं खर्चे होते, ये पता होने के लिए भी पैसे लगते हैं।
Correct.
ठीक है,
Money doesn't buy happiness is only realized once you make money.
हाँ हाँ हाँ,
It's not
Yeah.
something you realize before.
But there's a difference of being sad in a luxurious penthouse in a BMW versus being sad in a
Of course.
मतलब ये
it's
बहुत
different.
फर्क तो है।
तो जब मैं इस लैब पे बैठ के देखता हूँ तो मुझे लगता है कि अब तो मुझे पता है ये सब, इसीलिए मेरा काम भी जो है ना, जो मेरा काम भी है, जो मैं करता हूँ, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं जो उस लैब में जो बच्चे हैं, जो लड़के हैं लड़कियां हैं, उस लैब में जो मेरे छोटे भाई बहन हैं, जो जिशान है, अरबाज है वहाँ के, है ना, उनको मुझे लगता है कि मैं बता दूं सब।
अब जो मैं यहाँ आया हूँ मैं तेरे को बता सकता हूँ।
हाँ कि देखिए यहाँ पे आएगा ना तो ऐसा होगा, यहाँ पे रहेगा ना तो ऐसा होगा, देखना ऐसे करेगा ना तो ऐसा होगा। दैट्स माय ऑल वर्क, ऑल माय इंटरव्यूज, माय पॉडकास्ट, माय वेब सीरीज, माय स्पेशल्स, ऑल ऑफ दिस इज दिस, एंड दिस इज द लेगेसी आई वांट टू डाई।
हमें हमारे कितने मोमेंट याद आ रहे हैं
हाँ,
मुझे तो
बोल ना।
just we both like it's like I think we both मेरे को लगा कि पैसे की बहुत डिस्कस होती है right, we really discuss stuff and we really sit and think about like okay what has money actually changed and what are some things that just
That never
does not matter,
या
right, like क्रिकेट तो खेल ही रहे थे,
हाँ
अभी भी खेलते हैं।
खेल ही थे, मैक्स मजा तो उसी में आ रहा है।
हाँ, like cricket is my happiest memory of my childhood. I still want to live it. हमने भाई साहब ये है एक मैट्रिक्स जो हमने हैक किया। हाँ ना, एक बड़ा मैंने पढ़ा था कोड, मुझे बहुत बुरा लगा था कि you had no idea that you were playing last time with your friends and your childhood ended. I don't know. Next Saturday I'm playing with my and I can book again.
Yeah.
There's actually मैं नवीद के साथ था, ठीक है, and I keep like मैं और like दोस्त थोड़ी मजाक उड़ाते हैं, ठीक है, कि क्या कर रहा है यार, like आप तुम और नवीद कितने सालों से साथ में रह रहे हो, हाँ, अभी बस अभी नसीफ भी आ गया है साथ में, नवीद का भाई भी आ गया, ठीक है, and I'm very happy, I'm like come live, and someone was making jokes with me saying कि यार both are adults now, you both have your own life, अपना ले लेना। ऐसे पैसे कमाने का फायदा ही क्या है अगर मैं ये नहीं कर सकता, मेरे को चाहिए ये ऑप्शन ताकि मैं नवीद के साथ जहाँ चाहे रह सकता हूँ, और अगर मुझे अकेला जाना है तो मैं अलग ले लूंगा, पर मुझे ये घर चाहिए जहाँ पे मुझे जिसके साथ मुझे प्यार है मुझे उसके साथ रहना है।
हाँ यार,
yeah, like I think I imagine older life to be such that the whole purpose of making anything, if you can't live a stone's throw away from everyone you love, what's
क्या
the
फायदा?
क्या फायदा, उसी के लिए तो सब कुछ कर रहे हो, मुझे चाहिए जहाँ पे मैं अपने सारे फेवरेट लोगों के साथ मुझे चाहिए कि भाई तू स्पोर्ट्स में आ रहा हूँ मैं, I trust that.
पर ये कितनी कमाल की बात, जैसे कि बारिश, लोग बोलते हैं ना आई लव रेन्स, फलाना ढिमका, ये सब। अगर आपके घर की छत टपकती होगी ना, you will never say I love
बारिश।
है ना, आपको कोच है, आप उसके बाद महल में रह लो, है ना, उसके बाद आप चाहे आप विला ले लो, पेंट हाउस ले लो, हर बार बारिश आएगी ना आपको धक होगा कि अरे यार लाइट जाने वाली है और छत टपकेगी, है ना, वो एंजाइटी आपकी कभी जाएगी नहीं, वो ट्रॉमा आपका कभी वो हील नहीं हो सकता। मारवाड़ी में एक कहावत है कि धन बिन कैसी धनाश्री, ठीक है ना, ये पैसे नहीं है तो आप राग धनाश्री क्या सुन रहे हैं, है ना, मैं बिन किसी मल्हार, ठीक है ना, धन उसको भी कहते हैं कि बादल अगर आए बिजली नहीं कड़क रही तो क्या मतलब बादल का, ठीक है, और मैं बिन किसी मल्हार मतलब कि बारिश नहीं हो रही, आप मल्हार गा रहे हो, आपके मल्हार में पावर ही नहीं है। और एक उसमें एक लाइन है कि ना पुरानी कहावत है कि भाया बिन गायड़ किसी, कि आप जिस मोहल्ले में रहते हो उसके अंदर आपके कजिन्स, आपके प्यार करने वाले आपके भाई लोग नहीं रहते हैं तो फिर क्या मतलब उस मोहल्ले का, है ना, और पी बिन किसो श्रृंगार की, वो तो खैर पुरानी बातें हैं कि है ना, कि लवर के लिए जो आप श्रृंगार करते हो उसका अलग ही मजा होता है, ठीक है। तो मुझे उसमें जो ये बात है ना कि भाया बिन गायड़ किसी, ये मुझे बहुत पसंद थी ये लाइन हमेशा से, कि आपके आसपास आपके लव्ड वंस हैं कि नहीं है, जैसे, और इसी बात को उठाते हुए नवीद वाली जो आप बात बोल रहे थे, जैसे कि हम जिस घर में रहते हैं 7 कमरे हैं, में खाली रहते हैं 3 कमरे, बस इस आस में कि कोई भी दोस्त कभी भी आ सकता है।
तन्मय का भी ऐसा है।
मैं भी ऐसा हिस्सा वैसा ही है एक्चुअली हम एक्चुअली कुछ लोग को ऐसे जानते हैं जो आप स्पेशली आफ्टर स्पेंडिंग अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम इन बैंगलोर नो, जहाँ पे जब इंसान पैसे कमाता है और वो किन चीजों पे खर्चता है ना, उससे पता चल जाता है कि इसके लिए क्या वैल्यूबल है, what does this person truly care about, right? And I know many folks who made money, they realize oh, you won't even know that they made money because it doesn't show in their cars, it doesn't show in these things, it shows in others, really other sweet things. You know, a lot of them care about, oh, I want my friends to live well, I want my family to live well, I love this to happen. So where a person spends also becomes a very clear sign of values.
मुझे काफी
Put your hands up. This is a mockery.
Don't you mean a robbery?
अगर मेरे पास ऑप्शन है तो मैं क्यों ना रहूं? वो इस सिटी में ना रहना चाहे वो अलग बात है। अगर वो रहना चाह रहे हैं, अब यहाँ से मैं घर जाऊंगी, मुझे अकेले बैठने की जरूरत नहीं, मैं जाऊंगी ना, बताऊंगी अरे पापा मैं पॉडकास्ट, तन्मय ने ऐसा बोला, जाकिर ने ऐसा बोला, अरे बीच में ये हुआ वो हुआ, आई थिंक इट वाज अ गुड एपिसोड, व्हाट डू यू थिंक? It makes such a huge difference because you have somebody who is waiting for you. Who else cares?
जैसे कि मुझे जो सबसे खराब लगता है वो है मेरी सैडेस्ट मेमोरी है ताला खोलना, मुझे बहुत खराब लगता है। 2 चीजें, एक ताला खोलना मुझे बहुत खराब लगता है, जिसके अंदर मैं किसी घर का ताला खोलूं और उसकी लाइट चालू करूं, खराब लगता है मुझे बहुत ज्यादा। और दूसरा, मुझे अकेले खाना खाना, कि खाली घर है और आप खुद खाना गरम करके खाना प्लेट में लेके खुद खा रहे हैं। मैं कहा अरे ऐसा, तो मैं अपने भाइयों के साथ रहता हूँ, ठीक है, मेरे भाई जान छिड़कते हैं मुझ पे, मैं अपने दोस्तों के साथ रहता हूँ, मेरे माँ बाप साथ रहते हैं, मेरी मम्मी 15 लोगों का खाना बनाती है रोज, हम 5 लोग हैं घर में, मेरी मम्मी 15 लोगों का खाना बनाती है, हाँ
खर्च हो जाएगा, खा लेंगे कोई ना कोई,
और खाना खत्म होता है हर दिन, हाँ यू विटनेस
कोई ना कोई आ जाता है।
अरे हाँ ओपन हाउस है हमारा,
मैंने खा खत्म किया काफी बार,
है ना, ओपन हाउस है और लोग आते हैं, और लोग आते हैं, कमाल लोग आते हैं, हिंदुस्तान के सबसे बेहतरीन राइटर्स आ रहे हैं, बेहतरीन आर्टिस्ट आ रहे हैं, अपने काम के सबसे जो खालिस लोग जो एक हैं वो आते हैं घर पे, और वो मम्मी पापा से बात करते हैं। सोचो मेरे माँ बाप का दिन क्या जाता है उसमें, क्या गदगद हो जाते हैं वो, है ना, दोस्त आगे चले जा रहे हैं, आंटी जी शादी कब कर रहे हैं, ये वो समझ रहे हैं आप, हिंदुस्तान के सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट लोग, हमारी मम्मी टीवी में देखती है उनको, आगे बोल रहे हैं आंटी जी हम आएंगे बताइएगा कब कर रही हैं आप, आंटी आप खाना बहुत अच्छा बनाती है, दाल, मेरी मम्मी का जो लाइफ चेंज हुआ है,
और हमारे लिए बहुत इजीली नॉर्मलाइज हो सकता है, क्योंकि हम इस फील्ड में काम कर रहे हैं, तो हमें मिल रहे हैं,
लोग मिल रहे हैं, बात हो रही है,
थोड़ी देर में लगता है कि हाँ ठीक है ये अब दोस्त बन गए।
Put your hands up. This is a mockery.
फिर हमें याद
Don't you mean a robbery?
वो क्या कमाल, उसका क्या मजा, कि आपका जो एक्सेसिबिलिटी, जैसे कि पैसा आपने कमा लिया, आप क्या करोगे, मजे लिमिटेड ही है है ना, पैसा खर्चने के मींस लिमिटेड ही है,
हाँ, तो बिलियनर भी रोटी दाल सब्जी चिकन ही खा रहा है मैक्स,
उतना ही, अब जैसे
ज्यादा हो गया तो चिकन और फिश साथ में खा रहा है।
मुंबई में जो भी चीज पैसे से मिलती है वो हम सब एक्सेस कर सकते हैं, और जो इस शहर में सबसे बड़ा आदमी रहता है अगर उसको भी करना होगा तो सेम ही चीज करेगा। ताज ही में जाओगे ना 5 स्टार होटल में, अपने घर पे तो आप कुछ भी करो उससे हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता, पर अगर आपको लग रहा है कि मुझे एक फैंसी डिनर करना है तो आप यहीं आना पड़ेगा आपको, यहाँ तो हम भी जाते हैं, ठीक है, एक कैप ही है ना, उसका खर्चा करने की एक लिमिट है, उसके बाद आप अपने पे कपड़े, एक यही है ना, बस इतना ही है,
कर लोगे,
कितना ही कर लोगे, उसके बाद की जो खुशी है वो देने में है, वो देखने में है खुशी। When I traveled with my family, my mother who has never traveled, क्योंकि 2 चीजें हैं, या तो आप रिश्तेदारों के यहाँ जाओगे, मेरी मम्मी ने सालों साल अपने रिश्तेदारों के यहाँ नहीं गई, क्योंकि शादियां हो रही हैं अप्रैल में, क्योंकि उनको तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता और हमारे एग्जाम्स हैं, मेरी माँ ने सालों साल अपना मायका नहीं देखा क्योंकि हमारी एग्जाम्स है। जब मैं मेरी मम्मी को लेके जाता हूँ, मुझे वो जो प्राइड, मेरे पापा ने तो दुनिया देखी है, मम्मी ने थोड़ी देखी, तो आप काम उसी के लिए करते हो, फिर आपको उसी में मजा आने लग जाता है ना, वो जो मैं बोल रहा था ना कि एक सर्टेन लिमिट के बाद पैसे का क्या करते हो आप, फिर ये सब करते हो,
यही मीनिंग है,
फिर आप चाहते हो कि आपके लोग खुश रहें, आपके लोग आए, आपके लोग मिले, है ना, क्योंकि घर में जगह नहीं थी ना, तो अब बड़ा घर है, अब जगह ही जगह, अब खाली कमरे एक कमरे का सोच रहे हैं इसमें जिम बना दे क्या, ठीक है, आपको लग रहा है ना कि इसमें जिम बन सकता है, क्या जिम बना,
Get up and eat my ramen noodles. I've been the precious.
पर लगता है वो अब लगता है मुझे जरूरी है वो मेरे लिए, वो इसलिए जरूरी नहीं कि मैं जिम करूंगा, वो मेरे ज़हनी सुकून के लिए जरूरी है कि नहीं वो मेरा बदला है।
Get up and eat my ramen noodles. I've been the precious a long time ago. Where is my paycheck? Where did it go? It's only Friday. I'm a die bro.
तो आप जब जैसे जैसे जिंदगी के पड़ाव
Get
पे
up
आगे
and eat
बढ़ते
my
हो,
ramen noodles. I've been
इन
the
चीजों में
precious a
खुशी
long time
ढूंढते हो,
ago.
अपने आसपास
Where
के
is
लोगों
my
में, अपने
paycheck?
दोस्तों में, अपने प्यार करने वाले,
और है यही सब,
Where did it go? It's only Friday. I'm a die bro.
अच्छा तो लगता है, बहुत अच्छा,
देने में ज्यादा मजा है,
और वो महंगी गिफ्ट देने में नहीं है,
बात महंगी सस्ती
आप दे
सकते हो, उसी में अच्छा लगता है कि कोई आपके घर आके रह सकता है। और जीवन आपका सुखी हो जाएगा अगर आप रिटर्न में अपेक्षा नहीं करते। मेरे ख्याल से जो हमारा जॉय है वो है जीवन, जो हमारे हिस्से आया है। हाँ साहब, ठीक है, कि जो हमने जो अलग अलग फेरे जिंदगी के देख लिए हैं, जो अलग अलग सर्कमस्टेंसेस हमने देख लिए हैं, वो सीखने की वो लोग एक्टिंग ही करते हैं। शुरू में तो जब मैं किसी बहुत प्रिविलेज्ड घर के 24 25 30 साल 35 साल का जब तक वो आदमी नहीं हो जाता, तब तक वो एक्टिंग कर रहा है कि ब्रो आई हैव सीन लाइफ मैन, माय फादर नेवर यूज्ड टू टॉक टू मी। हमारा कौन सा ये ऐसा ही होता है भाई। तू क्या इसको तू क्या बोल रहा है? अगला काम करेगा कि तेरे से बात करेगा?
Father was at office, no? Your father sitting in front of me and not talking, bro.
ये क्या बात है? ये क्या, ये किधर डाल गए हो? दूसरा की लाइफ, ये तो लाइफ है ब्रो, लाइफ है। हाँ, वो लोग जिसको दुख बताते हैं वो
Oh God, बहुत
भाई ये
close
इंटेंस
save
था
हो
यार।
गया यार।
उफ,
क्रेजी सीन्स हो गए थे अभी वैसे।
जा आप ही
अभी कहाँ पे कोई कॉम्स दो।
हाँ मैं ही थी वो।
कहाँ पे कॉल?
पता नहीं लास्ट उधर थे बान में।
वो जो फार्म के साइड वाली मशीन, पर वो बहुत टाइम हो गया।
मैं एक ऐसी चीज बनाऊं जो सबने देखी है कभी ना कभी करोगी देखी।
अच्छा वो वाला क्या जो फोटो भेजे थे?
हाँ
कोई आइडिया है कि वो कहाँ पे है?
शॉपिंग।
शॉपिंग
Get up and eat my ramen noodles. I've been a prep.
आ गया भाई, आ गया।
कहाँ पे आया?
Get up and eat my ramen noodles. I've been.
भाग जाओ।
भाई जाना था ना।
मैं अपना
अरे यार,
अरे भागे क्यों नहीं आप यार? मैंने कैमरा यूज
हक
किया।
दिया मैंने यार।
मैं भी।
मुझे लगा उसने देखा नहीं मुझे।
मैं आप ही को मारने वाला था, समय भाई मेरे को दिखे नहीं थे, मैं आप ही के पीछे आया था।
अरे
किस तरफ जा रहा है? किस तरफ जा रहा है? कोई
उधर ही है जो मशीन अभी मैं और समय करे थे वही।
अच्छा ठीक है।
मैंने देखा नहीं, मेरे को लगा नहीं था तूने मुझे देखा था। हाँ
लग रहा है कि मेरे को कुछ और बनना चाहिए।
कहाँ पे? आपके आसपास है क्या? क्या हो बचाने?
आज मता इधर ही आजू बाजू में। अब वो मुझे मरने देगा प्लीज यार।
अरे भाई 90
पर
सेकंड में वेट
आपके
करेगा
पास तो 93 सेकंड्स हैं।
अच्छी
अब
बात है ना।
कैसे निकलेगा तब बताना।
टाइम ही
नहीं है यहाँ पे फिलहाल, तो आ जाओ।
और एक मशीन भी हो गई भाई। चलो
लवली।
भाई 7 मिनट है भाई, आराम से खेलते हैं वाला, जीत सकते हैं हम।
क्या रे फ्लीटे,
फिर से
क्या छुप के बैठा होता है भाई कि कभी भी आ जाएगा मार दूंगा उसे। छी, ये भी कोई तरीका है खेलने का?
बच सकते हो भाई कि तीसरा है?
दूसरा बच जाऊंगा।
आ रहा हूँ तन्मय भाई। जाएगा तो बताना।
गया।
आप मशीन करो समय भाई।
अरे मैं तन्मय के पास हूँ।
अच्छा
Ramen noodles. I've been a prep since a long time ago.
नजदीक है वो। नजदीकी है बताओ।
Go. Where is my paycheck? Where did it go?
अरे वाह वाह।
भाई अब आराम से
बुक यूज
हाँ हाँ, बट आपका टाइम 20 ही सेकंड बचा था तो जरूरी था।
Where did it go? It's only. Where is my paycheck? Where?
भाई ताने जी कुछ तो बनी है यहाँ पर यार, लेकिन क्या यार
देखो कैसे पता। तू कहाँ पे है?
अच्छा ताने जी
Where's my paycheck? Where did it go?
मेरे को लगा ये वाली मशीन आप ही कर रहे हो।
It's only Friday. I'm a die, bro.
ये भी कोई पूछने वाली बात है भाई।
Go. It's only Friday. I'm.
क्या वो
आ रहा है फार्म के बीच में वो।
ओके
फार्म के बीच वाली मशीन पे वापस जा एडवांस की तरफ।
Get up and eat my ramen noodles.
थर्ड नहीं है यार, फर्स्ट है ये मेरा, मतलब क्या समझा हुआ है?
सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी, मेरे को लास्ट गेम का याद था ना।
अब कैसे निकलेगा तो बताना तानिया।
हाँ ना बताऊंगी, वो डेफिनेटली मेरे यहाँ वेट नहीं करेगा। तो बताती हूँ।
कहाँ पे निकला डायरेक्शन?
डायरेक्शन वो बाण की तरफ गया है, तो अभी आ सकते हो ये।
अरे बढ़िया।
हो गॉड, 3 मशीन्स हो चुकी हैं।
अरे भाई
सॉरी भाई फिर, कोई नहीं कोई नहीं।
वो फार्म के जस्ट बाजू वाली जो मशीन है ना, वो
हाँ।
ऑलमोस्ट डन है. दैट्स द फोर्थ मशीन.
मिला कोई और जॉब? मिला, ढूंढा कोई और जॉब मिला? क्या करेंगे इस टाइम पे तो? कुछ करना चाहिए भाई, खुद का स्टार्ट कर कुछ। मैं देख भाई, मैं भी कुछ ना कुछ मेरा चलता रहता है, तू भी उस पर कुछ काम कर। एक नंबर भेजता हूँ तेरे को, हार्टून्स करके है, उनसे बात कर एक बार। मिल गया तो मिल गया। अ, 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 अ। हाँ भाई। हर्षा, इनको पूछ कि तुम्हारे इधर स्टोरी बोर्डिंग का वैकेंसी है क्या, बट इनका स्टाइल थोड़ा ये है रे, कार्टूनी स्टाइल है उनका। हाँ देख लेना फिर। हम्म। दैट्स ट्रू, दैट्स ट्रू। वही वही, वो तो है। उनका भी स्टार्टअप है, ऐसा बहुत ज़्यादा पे नहीं करेंगे वो लोग। उसको ज़्यादा सीनियर है ये सब मत बताना, क्योंकि वो सीनियर आर्टिस्ट नहीं लेते वो लोग। क्योंकि मैंने भी ट्राई किया था, उन्होंने बोला कि तुम कुछ ज़्यादा ही सीनियर हो तो तुम्हारा नहीं हो पाएगा। हाँ, क्योंकि वो पे नहीं कर पाता है फिर इतना, अपना बजट हाई होता है ना ब्रो। देख 15-20 के आसपास। उतना नहीं पता। नहीं है वो ऐसा लो एफर्ट काम नहीं है, थोड़ा बहुत रहता है उसमें। लेकिन हो जाएगा, तू कर सकता है। उनका उनका चैनल है, एक 2 मिलियन का चैनल है उनका, देखना तूने, बहुत पॉपुलर है। मतलब नॉट योर टाइप के बाद में अगर कोई है ना ऊंचा, तो जिसको मैं खुद फॉलो करता हूँ, जिसका काम मुझे मतलब ड्राइंग वाइज तो नहीं पसंद है, लेकिन उनका काम स्टोरी राइटिंग एंड अब्सर्डिटी लेवल के ऊपर उनका काम है थोड़ा। मैं दिखाता हूँ तेरे को, अगर तू डिस्कॉर्ड डिस्कॉर्ड पे आता हूँ तो। तू कहाँ है, तो अभी घर पे ही कहाँ है? क्या कर रहा है? काम छोड़ के भैंचो टाइम पास कर रहा है तू? हैंगओवर मतलब क्या, दारू पिया था क्या? अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा, जॉब का हैंगओवर। हम्म। अभी देख उनको, उनको अगर ज़रूरत होंगी, उनको नया आर्टिस्ट नहीं चाहिए होगा, तो वो तेरे को बोलेंगे कि हाँ भाई रुक जा तू, हम ये सब, ये नहीं, अगर नहीं बोला तो फिर बैकफायर हो जाएगा वो। वो तो है। हम्म। ये भेजा मैंने, उससे बात करके देख, हो गया तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। हाँ। और तो स्टोरी बोर्ड के अलावा और कुछ करता है क्या? के अलावा कुछ कर सकता है क्या? एनिमेशन या ऐसा कुछ है क्या तेरे पास पोर्टफोलियो या? ठीक है, मैं अभी एक तो दिया है मैंने तेरे को, वहाँ पे था, वहाँ पे लोग ज्वाइन हो रहे हैं, वहाँ हो गए तो अच्छी बात है। इट्स तेरे को क्रिएटिव काम करने को मिलेगा वहाँ पे, ऐसा ये नहीं है। मतलब मेरे को टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट मेरे को पता नहीं, मैंने बस उन लोगों का काम देखा है। हम्म। हम्म, बराबर सही तो है। मेरा आखिरी। दैट्स फेयर, सही है भाई, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। तूने भाई तो मेरा ये देखा क्या? अपडेटेड मेरे सारे रील्स, नए वाले रील्स देख भाई, उसके ऊपर व्यूज़ देख कितने आ रहे हैं, चेक कर। अकाउंट में जाके आओ। तेरे दोस्त वोस्त से भी फॉलो करवा ले भाई, मेरे को 150 पहुंचना है आज। 149 147 सब्सक्राइबर्स पे खड़ा हूँ मैं आज। नहीं भाई, खाने खाने का बहुत तकलीफ हो रहा है यार, मेरा टिफ़िन वाला गायब हो गया ब्रो। खुशी नहीं, खुशी तो भाई 149 हो गए थे, फिर दो लोगों ने अनसब्सक्राइब किया, तो आई एम नॉट दैट हैप्पी, आई वांट 150 नाउ। देख वहाँ पे, मतलब कब से पोस्ट करना शुरू किया ऐसा? मेरा पहला पोस्ट किया हुआ पोस्ट है, इसका डेट नहीं दिखता है। हम्म। भाई मैंने 74 से शुरू किया था मैंने। हाँ। 147 -72 था शायद। 75 सब्सक्राइबर्स बढ़े मेरे लास्ट मंथ। हाँ। हाँ। हाँ, ऑलमोस्ट। मेरे भाई 6 महीने में नहीं भाई, जनवरी तक के मेरे को 1,000 करना है भाई। मेरा कंटेंट रिलीज होगा तो हो जाएगा ना। अभी क्रिस्प कंटेंट जा नहीं रहा है ना अपना, जो भी है थोड़ा मॉडरेट लेवल पे कंटेंट जा रहा है। फिर भी मेरे कुछ कुछ रील्स पे 1,000 900 के आसपास में टच हो रहे हैं, कुछ कुछ रील्स। उनको व्यूज़ आ रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं कि व्यूज़ नहीं आ रहे, व्यूज़ आ रहे हैं कुछ कुछ भी। तो देखना भाई, एक इसको तो 7,000 व्यूज़ है भाई। और सीधा मेरा जो टोटल व्यूज़ है ना, तो 21,603 हो गया। वो 6 दिन पहले सिर्फ 8,000 या 12,000 के आसपास में था, 8,000 के आसपास में, आज 21,603 चल रहा है। वैसे इट्स अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो बाय द वे, बहुत टाइम है। सब पता है भाई मेरे को। ऐसा नहीं है भाई, ऐसा बहुत, जब तक के मिलियन में व्यूज़ नहीं आते ना भाई, तब तक के कोई ऐसा कुछ खास कोई ये नहीं है भाई, फ़ायदा नहीं होता है इन सारी चीज़ों से। इट्स बट आई एम रियली वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट एंड आई रियली फील वेरी गुड अबाउट दिस एंड दैट आई एम ऑन अ वेरी गुड पाथ राइट नाउ। काफ़ी ऑप्टिमिस्टिक फील होता है व्हेन योर सम ऑफ योर शॉर्ट्स रीच लाइक मोर देन 20 लाइक पहले जब व्यूज़ आ रहे थे 6 व्यूज़ आ रहे थे 7 व्यूज़ आ रहे थे अभी फिर तब वो टाइम पे मुझे लगता था 50 व्यूज़ 60 व्यूज़ इज़ लाइक वाओ इट्स टू मच इट्स टू बिग ऑफ अ नंबर 50 60 व्यूज़ पे मैं बहुत खुश होता था और अभी 500 के आसपास में टच हो रहे हैं कुछ कुछ वीडियोज़ को मतलब मोस्ट ऑफ द वीडियो हाँ 300 तो पार हो ही जा रहा है भाई तो इट्स अ बिग डील एंड वो ग्रेजुअली छोटी छोटी खुशियाँ बन रही है भाई मतलब हर एक छोटी छोटी इसको वैल्यू ये हो रहा है बिल्ड हो रहा है नहीं तो एकदम डे वन पे अगर 500 ये आते थे व्यूज़ आते थे तो उसका वैल्यू नहीं बनता था ना भाई तब हम ये सोचते थे कि अरे भाई 500 बन रहे तो 2000 मिलने को ना अभी वो स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम द बॉटम वाला सीन है यू नो भाई दो लोगों ने भाई अनफॉलो किया अनसब्सक्राइब किया भाई मेरा दिमाग ख़राब हो रहा है भाई क्यों किया भाई करो भाई वापस सब्सक्राइब यार दो लोगों ने अनसब्सक्राइब कर दिया बुरा लगता है भाई दिल से बुरा लगता है हालांकि 40 लोगों ने ये भी किया है नए नए देर आर न्यू पीपल ऑल्सो ज्वाइंड इन ट्यून्ड इन बट या आई नीड मोर सब्स एटलीस्ट 150 तो भी आज क्रॉस होने को ना भाई आई नीड मोर 3 पीपल जो एनिमेशन में वर इनटू एनिमेशन वुड लाइक टू वॉच कंटेंट दैट आई एम गोइंग टू पोस्ट वैसे भी लाइव लाइव स्ट्रीम के अंदर ऐसा कुछ खास मैं करता नहीं हूँ अपने रील्स वील्स से एनिमेट करता हूँ और बात भी नहीं करता हूँ कुछ ना कुछ सुनता रहता हूँ बैकग्राउंड के अंदर तो ऐसा कुछ वैल्यू एडिशनल कुछ बना हो रहा है या एंड पीपल हु आर कमिंग ऑन द स्ट्रीम दे आर गेटिंग एंटरटेन्ड और समथिंग ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं रहा है but YouTube at least thinks that yeah this guy is consistent he's consistently using our platform to create content learn how to do content creation and stuff like that so all the efforts I'm doing it's not for getting audience it's more about getting YouTube know that this guy is a hard worker and we can push his content more towards people क्योंकि यूट्यूब मीडिएटर है ना भाई यूट्यूब सोचता है ना भाई यूट्यूब अब एआई के ज़माने में हम यूट्यूब हैज़ इट्स ओन ब्रेन ही नोज व्हाट वी आर पोस्टिंग ही नोज व्हाट काइंड ऑफ हैशटैग्स वी आर यूजिंग तो आई ट्रीट यूट्यूब एज अ पर्सन यू नो I treat him like a person that he understands things and he might probably बहुत सारी चीज़ें मैं इंटरनेट पे देख रहा हूँ तो उससे भी काफ़ी ये मिल रहा है हाँ चालू तो है तेरा आवाज़ नहीं आ रहा है उधर तू अगर डिस्कॉर्ड पे आएगा तो तेरा आवाज़ आ जाएगा तू आ ना डिस्कॉर्ड पे आना भाई तो बाहर का मोबाइल का डेटा ही तो चेंज करना है तेरे फ़ोन में डिस्कॉर्ड तो लॉग इन होगा ही ना ठीक है कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं वैसा भी कोई ये नहीं है अभी तेरे वो दोस्त को भी बोल दे बोलना ये इतना बढ़िया वीडियो बनाया है कोई भी एक अच्छा जो लग रहा होगा वो उसको दिखा नहीं ज़बरदस्ती नहीं ऐसा पता है क्या हम ऐसे लोगों के फ़ोन लेके नहीं टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट आई एम टेलिंग यू हम लोगों के फ़ोन्स लेके उसके अंदर अपना चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करते हैं और वो लोग जब वो कंटेंट देखने नहीं आते हैं ना सब्सक्राइब करने के बावजूद तो यूट्यूब थिंक्स दैट हिज उसको यूट्यूब डजेंट लाइक इट दे डोंट प्रमोट दिस काइंड ऑफ ऑर्गेनिकली जितने लोग सब्सक्राइब करें ऑर्गेनिकली जाके ये करे तो ही वो काम करता है नहीं तो इट डजेंट वर्क मैन तो आई डोंट वांट यू टू गेट ऑल पीपल्स भैया आपका फ़ोन दिखाना 1 सेकंड ये सब्सक्राइब भैया आपका फ़ोन दिखाना ये नहीं करना है भाई जेन्युइन हो ना वो लोगों ने फिर वो कंटेंट देखने वाले चाहिए मुझे हम्म 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 मतलब समझा नहीं मैं। हाँ वो शुरू करना है ना। मेरे एक बंदे ने मेरे एक बंदे ने डाला है, अभिषेक अभिषेक करके एक मेरा जूनियर है। उसने आज ही अपलोड किया, उसको भी मैंने थोड़ा बहुत ब्लेंडर का ये दिया था। मतलब सिखाया नहीं बोलना उसको, उसने तो खुद ने जो सीखा है उसी को अप्लाई किया, लेकिन उसको जब भी प्रॉब्लम आती तो आई यूज टू हेल्प हिम आउट विद प्रॉब्लम्स एंड स्टफ लाइक दैट। तो आज उसने अपलोड किया, बढ़िया बढ़िया बोर्ड अपलोड किया। मैं तेरे को शेयर करूँ क्या उसका बोर्ड? व्हाट्सएप चेक कर तेरा। लाइक भी करना, उसने यूट्यूब पे डाला है, यू शुड, और कमेंट भी करना उस पर। लाइक और कमेंट करना किसी के पहचान वाले के कंटेंट पे इज़ वेरी नेसेसरी। उससे फिर वो पुश होता है भाई काम। I want to cross- नहीं, एक सेकंड रुक, मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ, वो लाइक वीडियोस में रहेगा मेरे, एक सेकंड रुक। हाँ मिल गया। शेयर, कॉपी लिंक, नहीं, हाँ वो बंदे का नाम। उससे बात करना, उसको पूछना कि जॉब है क्या ये वो। बोल देना मेरे दोस्त समीर ने नाम दिया, तुम उसको पहचानते नहीं बोलना, वो ऐसे भी नहीं पहचानता, मेरे को भी किसी थर्ड पर्सन से मिला है। वो लोग हायर कर रहे, आई हैव जस्ट ऐसे डायरेक्ट टेक्स्ट करना, आई हैव हर्ड दैट यू गाइस आर हायरिंग फॉर योर इन योर एनिमेशन टूल्स, आई हैव 3-5 years ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस एंड आई वुड लाइक टू वर्क विथ यू। ये सब उससे बात करना, एंड फिर देख वो क्या बोलते हैं आगे। हाँ अ, हाँ देख वो उसने ब्लेंडर पे किया है वो। अच्छा किया बंदे ने। अच्छा बढ़िया किया है उसने। हाँ प्रोफेशनल मतलब वो न्यू भी है, ऐसा बहुत एकदम एक्सपीरियंस्ड आर्टिस्ट नहीं है वो, लेकिन बहुत हार्ड वर्किंग बंदा है वो। हाँ उसने लेकिन ऐसा मतलब उसने मैन्युअली ही ड्रॉ किया, जस्ट ब्लेंडर एज अ सॉफ्टवेयर यूज़ किया उसने, ब्लेंडर टूल्स को यूज़ करके बैकग्राउंड नहीं रोटेट किया है, विच आई फेल्ट वाज इफ़ ही डिड दैट तो इट वुड हैव मेड मोर सेंस कि हाँ भाई ब्लेंडर का पूरा यूज़ होगी। ये चीज़ तो वो एनिमेट सीसी या कोई और सॉफ्टवेयर भी कर सकता था, रोटेटिंग कैमराज अराउंड। बट ठीक है, वॉट एवर ही हैज़ डन, इट्स ग्रेट एनीवे। आई थिंक उसने कुछ रेफरेंस वगैरह भी लिया था, उस रेफरेंस के हिसाब से किया उसने। सही लग रहा है ना वो? हमारा भाई 10 सेकंड के अंदर क्या क्या होता है भाई, 10 सेकंड के अंदर। फिर भाई इसलिए तो बोल रहा, कमेंट कर और ज़्यादा व्यूज़ आएंगे उसके उस पर। कमेंट कर, लाइक कर, शेयर का बटन क्लिक कर। हाँ मैंने भी कमेंट किया था उस पर। हाँ मेरा कमेंट भी लाइक कर, मेरे सारे वीडियो जाके वो भी लाइक कर। भाई ज़रूरी रहता है कुछ कुछ स्टार्टिंग में इनिशियली। और सिर्फ डायरेक्ट जाके सिर्फ लाइक 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 मत करना, अभी मत कर, लगे तो घर पे जा आराम से बैठ, सारे रील्स आखिर तक के देख। अगर तू उसको स्वाइप भी कर देगा ना तो भी मेरा प्रॉब्लम, मेरे यूट्यूब को ऐसा लगेगा कि लोगों को कंटेंट पसंद नहीं आ रहा है इसलिए स्वाइप कर दे रहे। तो ऐसा गलती से भी उसको ओपन करके लाइक 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 मत करना, पूरे देखना एंड तक के, लगे तो 2-2 बार देखना। लेकिन ऐसे डायरेक्ट जाके लाइक मत करना, वो सही नहीं रहता है। क्योंकि इधर हाउ मेनी पीपल हैव स्वाइप्ड योर वीडियो करके ये आता है मेरे एनालिटिक्स में, यूट्यूब के एनालिटिक्स में। तो तू लाइक करके स्वाइप कर देगा तो स्वाइप कर दिया ना तूने, पूरा वीडियो नहीं देखा। यूट्यूब वांट पीपल टू मेक, हाँ वॉच फुल वीडियो एंड स्टे ऑन द प्लेटफॉर्म एज लॉन्ग एज पॉसिबल। क्योंकि उनका फ़ायदा उसमें है, यूट्यूब का फ़ायदा किसमें है वो देखना पड़ता है हमको। हम वी आर सेलिंग आवर प्रोडक्ट यूजिंग यूट्यूब, सो यूट्यूब इज़ द प्रायोरिटी ऐसा। ट्रीट करना पड़ता है हमको यूट्यूब को. इट्स अ थिंग ब्रो. I'm learning new things. I'm discovering all the new things on the internet. I've been researching a lot about these things. पता चल रही है कुछ कुछ चीज़ें, मज़ा आ रहा है. भाई काम करेंगे भाई. मेरे 2 प्रोजेक्ट मेरे खुद के पर्सनल प्रोजेक्ट्स है. आई रियली वांट अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू वर्क ऑन इट, क्योंकि मेरा मेरा डेडलाइन मैंने खुद का सेट किया है कि जनवरी से पहले मेरा दोनों फिल्में निकल जाने को ना. आज मेरा प्लान है, अगर आज वैभव आता हूँ तो वी माइट सिट ऑन अ न्यू स्क्रिप्ट और समथिंग. हम नया कुछ लिखने बैठ सकते हैं अगला एपिसोड. और आज की भी फ्राइडे है, आज थोड़ा छुट्टी है, कल का आज वीकेंड है, वीकेंड वाइब्स थोड़ा एंजॉय कर सकते हैं हम. हाँ ऑलमोस्ट ख़त्म होने में, वो एंड कर रहा हूँ. एंड एंड का ही पोर्शन शुरू है, लेकिन क्या है ना, वो इतना कलरिंग और इतना सब कुछ है उसके अंदर, तो थोड़ा टाइम लग रहा है उसको कंप्लीट करने को. कलरिंग है, लाइटिंग है, सब कुछ है उसके अंदर. और मैं ये सोच रहा हूँ कि उसको है ना थोड़ा डायलॉग्स वायलॉग्स डाल के और 5 मिनट 6 मिनट का करने का सोच रहा हूँ उस सीन को, थोड़ा लंबा. हाँ मतलब स्टार्टिंग से वो बंदा वहाँ कैसे पहुँच रहा है, उसका नाम क्या है, फिर वो बातें करते रहेगा, मे बी वॉइस ओवर में बातें चलती रहेंगी, क्योंकि उससे कंटेंट मोर एंगेजिंग होगा. अभी क्या है, फट से आया, वो हुआ, ये हुआ, ठक 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 ख़त्म. तो कुछ स्टोरी नहीं बन रही है. स्टोरी के अंदर लोगों को इंटरेस्ट नहीं जागेगा, ऐसा मुझे फील हो रहा है उसमें. आई वॉन्ट पीपल टू एंगेज विद द वीडियो. थोड़ा बातचीत हो तो कोई सुने कि क्या बातचीत हो रही है, ये सब कुछ. देन इट विल मेक मोर सेंस टू मी टू मेक उसका उसका क्योंकि मुझे और भी अगला पार्ट, उसका नेक्स्ट पार्ट, उसका नेक्स्ट पार्ट, ये सब भी करना है. अभी अभी जो जो एडिशनल मैं उसके अंदर ऐड करने वाला वो चीज़ है, उसके अंदर ड्राइंग स्टाइल अपना नॉट योर टाइप या ऐसा एकदम सिंप्लीफाइड लाइन आर्ट टाइप या एकदम ही 2D कैरेक्टर बनाऊंगा मैं. उसके अंदर इतना एफर्ट नहीं डालने वाला हूँ, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी जितना पोर्शन मैं कर रहा हूँ उसके अंदर काफ़ी कलरिंग, लाइटिंग और बैकग्राउंड्स एंड एफर्ट वाला वो किया ही है ऑलरेडी. इतना नहीं करने का है, लेकिन थोड़ा रिलेटिबिलिटी की कोई बातचीत करे. लुक, पीपल वांट सम ह्यूमन टू बी बिहाइंड एवरी कंटेंट, ठीक है. ऐसा नहीं कि कोई बॉट ने बनाया हुआ या कौन इंसान है हमको पता नहीं, ऐसा नहीं. मतलब कौन इंसान है हमको पता नहीं, ये रात हो भी चलेगा, लेकिन कोई इंसान है इस अकाउंट के पीछे, ऐसा लगने को ना. ये सिर्फ यूट्यूब के व्यूज़ छापने के लिए एक अकाउंट बनाया गया है, ऐसा फीलिंग नहीं आने को ना. there's a personality, there's a brand behind him, क्योंकि every person is in himself is a brand ना. So I want to build up doing those kind of things on this channel. जैसे अभी अभी वो मेरा ब्रांड लोगो मैंने वो फॉक्स का फेस बनाया है, जो तुमको को दिखाया था मैंने. जैसे नॉट योर टाइप का उसका खुद का फेस है, हार्टून्स का अपना फेस है, वैसा सबका अपना अपना ये स्टाइल है, फेस है. वैसे ही मेरे को ये ब्रांड फेस बना के उसको मैं सोच रहा हूँ अपना जो ट्रैफिक वाला स्टोरी है ना, उसके अंदर में भी जो अपना प्रोटैगनिस्ट नरेटर आ रहा है, उसको भी मैं यही फॉक्स फेस, फॉक्स ही रख देता हूँ. वो हाँ कूल लगेगा, कुछ अलग लगेगा. मैं सोचा है, देखते हैं. साला 20 सेकंड का शॉर्ट है भाई मेरे हाथ में अभी. हाँ रे, 20 सेकंड इज टू मच मैन. पता नहीं 28 भी नहीं है भाई, ऑलमोस्ट 27, मतलब ऑलमोस्ट 30 सेकंड का शॉर्ट है. लेकिन अब ये लोगों को कौन समझाएगा, कोई गधे. आई नो, बट हु इज गोइंग टू एक्सप्लेन देम. वो सुनने वाले लोग तो है नहीं, चूतिया लोग है भाई. आज तो मैं सोच रहा था कि सारे ख़त्म कर दूँ, बट इट्स टाइम अप नाउ. 6 बज रहे हैं, वैभव भी फ्री हो जाएगा प्रोबेबली. मुझे नहीं लगता आज वो आएगा, और नहीं आए तो भी चलेगा, क्योंकि आई नीड टू कंप्लीट अ लॉट ऑफ एनिमेशन ऑन दैट प्रोजेक्ट. बट अगर वो आता है तो फिर और सामने का रिकॉर्डिंग और वो सब सारी चीज़ें करनी है, तो वही चल रहा है अभी. देखते हैं हाउ इट गोस. उन्होंने 6 to 7 बोले हैं, तो मेरा 6-7 तो हो ही रहा है ऑलरेडी। अबे कुछ 10 सेकंड है, कुछ 15 सेकंड है, कुछ 20 सेकंड है भाई। 7 सेकंड, कुछ 6 सेकंड भी है, ऐसा नहीं है कि सारे ही बहुत बड़े बड़े हैं, कुछ छोटे भी है उसके अंदर। तो इट्स वो फिर उन्होंने बोला है कि टोटल इट शुड गो अराउंड, आई डोंट नो। हाँ देख, मेन टारगेट अपना ये है कि उसमें से जो भी इंटरेस्टिंग है वो अपन यूज़ करें भाई, और क्या है। अरे भाई पूरा भाई 800 800 900, एक एक इस पे तो 900 कुछ तो भी व्यूज़ है, तो इट्स इट्स प्रीटी कूल। एक पे एक रुक मैं बताता हूँ। ये वाला देख, इस पे 944 व्यूज़ है। व्हाट्स द वाईफाई पासवर्ड वाले पे, ये वाला देख, सेंड किया तेरे को। हाँ खोल। हाँ 76 व्यूज़ नहीं है बे उस पे, दूसरे पे है। कुछ कुछ मेरे क्रिएट किए हुए पे व्यूज़ है। भाई भाई भाई, मजाक लग रहा है तेरे को? नीचे स्क्रॉल करके दिख रहा है क्या तू बाकी के? यप यप यप, आ तो रहे मतलब व्यूज़ उसमें कोई।
हाँ हाँ, it's growing man, it's growing। अरे यार तुम्हारा इंटरफेस भी बहुत ठीक ठाक है समीर।
है ना, सही लग रहा है ना दिखने को, ऐसा प्रो लग रहा है ना
मैं
कि।
मैं मैं स्क्रीनशॉट भेजता हूँ, रुक मेरे मोबाइल में खोला ना। यार
हाँ।
बहुत बहुत नीट एंड क्लीन है भाई तुम्हारा इंटरफेस भी।
ऐसा मैंने, मेरा ये नहीं था, मैं सोच के नहीं गया कि हाँ भाई नीट एंड क्लीन लगने को ना, वो ऑर्गेनिकली जैसा हो रहा है वैसा हो रहा है। मैं सोच के उसको नीट एंड क्लीन सोच के नहीं बिल्ड कर रहा था उसको।
बढ़िया। तो ये
हाँ,
कलर से
ये
किया
जो
ना
नीचे
ये
वाले हैं ना, ये जो नीचे वाले हैं ना, ये सारों को मैं नए सिरे से दोबारा अपलोड करूँगा। क्योंकि उस टाइम पे मेरा इतना उतना सब नहीं था ना, तो वो सारे इसमें काफ़ी मेहनत गया है भाई, काफ़ी मतलब मैंने दिल से किए हुए हैं वो सारे शॉर्ट्स, बट इट डजेंट, उनको जस्टिफिकेशन नहीं मिला अब तक के व्यूज़ को, तो इन सबको वापस प्राइवेट कर दूंगा मैं। और वापस से फिर अपलोड करूंगा इन सबको। क्योंकि भाई ऑलमोस्ट मैंने 101 शॉर्ट्स बनाए हैं भाई, ऑलमोस्ट 100 शॉर्ट्स मैंने एनिमेट किए ही है। 100 नहीं तो 59-80 तो किए ही होंगे आराम से। उसमें से फिर कुछ कुछ मैं कट कर देता जो मुझे बहुत अच्छे नहीं लग रहे, क्योंकि फिर सारे ही अच्छे नहीं लगते, तो फिर सब कुछ अननेसेसरी डाल के मतलब नहीं है। लेकिन राइट नाउ आई एम फोकसिंग ऑन क्वांटिटी रादर देन क्वालिटी। क्वालिटी कंटेंट अपन फुल लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियोस के अंदर देंगे भाई।
हाँ भाई, इसमें क्या बिल्ली का वीडियो आया 3.3 के।
अब वो तो बहुत पुराना है रे, वो तो यूं ही डाला था मैंने।
अभी तो मतलब क्या है, ये थानोस का। और देखो ये 1.6 का 7.8 आया भाई।
हाँ वो वाला रील तो बहुत गहरा है भाई, उसका उसको सुनना तूने, वो उसको समझ के देखना, वो काफ़ी थोड़ा कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, लेकिन दैट रील इज प्रिटी क्रेजी।
और पैरामिड स्केचेस 438 व्यूज। बाकी इसमें क्या 944 व्यूज।
कौन सा? हाँ वो भी मेरा ही क्रिएटेड है, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
दिस इज द सेम एज योर्स।
हाँ, और भी मुझे मीम्स मिल रहे हैं ना, तो फिर उसके अंदर में भी अब मैं एनिमेशन कंटेंट को सोच के उसको मतलब उसके ऊपर क्या हो सकता है, लाइक गजब बेइज्जती है ऐसे काइंड ऑफ जो ये। यार क्या हो रहा है ना, मेरा सारा कंटेंट है ना, सब कुछ मुझे ऐसा फील हो रहा है थोड़ा इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज और बाहर की पब्लिक के लिए बन रहा है, ऐसा फील हो रहा है यार। मुझे थोड़ा हिंदी कंटेंट और हिंदी लोगों को भी एंटरटेन करना पड़ेगा, सो दैट आई गेट
हाँ
मोर
ये सही
इंडियन
बात है, सही
ऑडियंस।
है ये। हिंदी में माना तो बहुत ज्यादा आते हैं यार।
वो तो मुझे आइडिया नहीं है।
हम्म। अगर हिंदी में माना है तो तू ही कुछ बोलना यार, डायलॉग्स कुछ ना कुछ है तो।
हाँ यार, जो भी पॉपुलर डायलॉग होते हैं उन सारे डायलॉग्स को लेके भी कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि उस कैसा है ना, जब हम यूट्यूब के ऊपर अपलोड करते हैं ना, तो वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी ऑडियो सेक्शन होता है जिसको हम सिलेक्ट करते हैं, तो फिर उसका और वो चीज़, वो टाइप के कंटेंट देखने वाले लोगों को हमारा ये कंटेंट और प्रमोट होता है। मतलब बेसिकली थोड़ा सपोर्ट होता है उस ऑडियो के ऊपर, क्योंकि काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग बनाते हैं ना ऑडियो, तो सपोर्ट मिलता है। उसी को कंसिडरेशन में रखते हुए करना होता होगा।
वो भी बना वो हिंदी लैंग्वेज का शॉर्ट्स,
हाँ
तो ठीक ठाक रहते हैं इसमें क्या। ठीक है यार, मैं रात को कॉल करता हूँ समीर। हाँ
हाँ, चल बाय।
ओके ओके हाँ,
यो
बाय बाय बाय।
बाय। Like we'll be in a restaurant. Ah, I used to call my girlfriend ex-girlfriend lawyer. Hey, एक subscriber बढ़ा है. Someone just subscribed my channel. That's cool. It's good. So this is the kind of story that we have. आज का एवरेज व्यू ड्यूरेशन थोड़ा कम लग रहा है इधर. ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत चलता है, I guess. But I see that someone is there in the chat. I don't know who is he. By the way, I have also mentioned this earlier in the video when I started this live stream, that I have posted, and you can also see, I have also written on the stream that if you want to talk, if you want to know something, anything about Animate CC or regarding this industry, whatever, yada yada yada, you can go to the community post, and I have put a Google Meeting link where I am online right now. I'm going to be online all the time, and we can have a quick chat about whatever you want to know, whatever you want to. So yeah, it would be more engaging for my content also. Whatever we are streaming, like there are 2 to 3 people watching, right? 1 or 2 people watching on the horizontal format right now. So think about it. Anyway, I'll get back to my work. It's a little. What can I do about this concept?
Listen to everything she says because before I had a girlfriend, I never had someone who's always standing next to me who can just point out obvious things that are happening. Like we'll be in a restaurant and my girlfriend will be like, "You ordered your food an hour ago. It should be here by now." And I'm like, "Yeah, it should." It's like having a lawyer for everyday life.
Okay, I'm rapidly going to storyboard board this out because this is a very long piece of content and this is the last shot that I'm working on. After this, I'm going to work on the project that I really like to do. So yeah, let's quickly go through it. The first dialogue is, "My girlfriend is a wonderful person." So this is the whole dialogue, and here it's going to be cut. So I'm maybe he's just a guy, round-headed. Mm, maybe his eyes are closed. "My girlfriend is a wonderful person, though." One hand might be back. It's a very typical pose. I really hate doing this pose, but uh, I just want to get rid of this. I don't like long shots. I mean, long duration YouTube shots. So here is a beat. There's a beat here, so I'm going to push it down and bringing up, and maybe he will open his eyes, look at the camera, and break the fourth wall as if he's talking to the audience. I think it needs to be something like this. I think this is some kind of stand-up comedians thing. So maybe both of his hands are going back, and now then when when he is going to take the second dialogue, he can bring his hands in front. There's a lot of acting in this shot. Maybe he could act like his hand like this. Alison, everything coming towards the camera and feet coming towards the camera is back. Maybe a little bit of cushioning so that the maybe here we can change the shot and bring the woman in the shot. Why not? It's been a while. He's been talking about her, and there should be something. Uh, so yeah. The woman is here. So he might say, before I have a girlfriend, matlab before I had a girlfriend, he can point at him and tell to the audience that before I had a girlfriend, that she's the girlfriend. So I can also give a little bit of cushioning here. Before I had, maybe it will go up. Maybe here we can put out again a very closed up shot. I mean, what humor can I put in these kind of dialogues? It's already a very funny sentence and it needs to be observed. Um, I mean, सुन के ही मजा आना चाहिए. Maybe here he can just turn his head a little bit and hands a little outward just to feel like there is animation. Let's come back to this frame. Standing next to me could be like they both are standing together. It's a very rough sketch though, but I think it works on a storyboarding level because storyboard is always storyboard is always going to be no rough pass. It doesn't have to be. I need this on this layer, by the way. Again, we will come back to him talking to the camera. Maybe this time his eyes are closed. Hand to the towards the pointing towards the camera. One hand behind his back. Something like that. Okay, just point out पे वो अपना आंखें खोल सकता है. आंखें खोलने के लिए थोड़ा can tilt his head. Like now, dialogue of the lady could be there, like angry girl. Really pissed off girl. Like would be in a restaurant. Maybe this dialogue is also going to come here only. Maybe we can show here that these two guys are going towards a restaurant. Walking toward our REST. the restaurant, this restaurant, the PG. Very rough sketch, but I think you get the point. Whole thing on a different layer, and maybe I can animate it a little bit that they are going closer to the restaurant, and the restaurant is also being animated down a little bit. It gives a feeling of they are going towards the restaurant. Then maybe I can remove this. And my girlfriend will be like, an hour ago के टाइम पे उसका हाथ आ सकता है, an hour ago, an hour ago में उसका हैंड जेस्चर फिर से चेंज हो सकता है. It would be something like that. An hour ago, maybe. Maybe now we can come back to a shot where this dude is sitting with her on a chair and she is pissed angry because she's always angry. She's Hulk. Candle lights. Okay, let's let it be. No candlelight. She could say, it should be here by now. क्या हो रहा है dialogues में? So here's this dialogue now. Something is wrong. Like and people like okay. You ordered food and we'll go back to his close-up shot. And I'm like, this could be a very crazy shot, like coming very close to the camera with weird expression. Yeah. And we'll go back. Just standing and delivering this dialogue, like it's like having a She-Hulk lawyer. For every day, he can act a little with wide arms open. I'm just being quick and watch that. I can go and eat my food. I'm really very hungry. As soon as this happens. Maybe as a bus driver. Who is driving a bus. This is bus conductor seat. And here are the bus passengers. But where am I going to place them? I hate vertical formats, by the way. It doesn't give you space to animate anything. Maybe these both are like coming out of really very angry. No. Coming again back close to the camera. A little bit of cushioning here and there. I'm done for the day. The work is done. I'm up and now. I can go and eat something, and then I'll continue back with another another thing that I should work on. Cool. So I have completed from today. This job thing was the first one, or 142 was the first. So I need to quickly rename them and export them. So here there's already the renaming, so it's fine. Export. Where are the here are those files. So now I need in this location this one, 142 08B. 141 is done. 142 full range export. Fuck it, all of them can be Alex and Emily. Who cares? Just get done with it, bro. This one is Jake. So I think it doesn't matter. It's 143. Export media 143 08B. Export. Alex boy. This is also renamed 144 OAB. One forty four OAB. This one is cool. I think I might want it for myself also, so I'm going to put it in my folder also. This one is 145 Sam. So I'm going to upload this on this channel. Maybe I can upload it like this one. Cancel, yeah. Okay, I need to make it guide and invisible and whatnot. So if now if I export it like 145 OAB, save, export. Whoever is here, I guess. हाँ bro. हाँ बोल. हाँ बोल बोल बोल. घर पे हूँ ऑफ कोर्स. घर में हूँ, घर पे ही हूँ. 5 मिनट रुक, मैं एक्सपोर्ट मार रहा हूँ. 145. Send it to myself. Send it. And now I need these things to be visible in the video, and this thing is going to be called one 45 OAD. Save, export. One 45 is done. 146. Let's name the guy something like Jaden. And export media 146. Save, export. Uh, 146 is done. 147. Export media. It doesn't have a name, right? So I need to make one new layer. Put the thing will be called guys James, boys James, and girl is Emily. And export media is 147. Save, export. Now I have to paste all these things on the server here. 141 is there already, so I need to post all these. $147 items. And I gotta tag my friend who's going to animate all these things so that he animates it and makes the drawings a little bit clear. Alright, all these are done. I'm going to get my friend and then we will start to work more again for whatever we have left from there. So it's a break time for me. I'm going out. See you in a bit, maybe. Stick around if you want. If you don't want, you can leave. I'll be back soon. Alright, bye. already changed the side. बोलेंगे तो देख के बात करना, ठीक है? वो तो नहीं ऑन नहीं है ना, वेबकैम तो नहीं, वेबकैम ऑफ ही रख लो उस टाइम। एक नया सीन क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा भाई। अभी वी आर रिकॉर्डिंग इट, नो हाउ टू डू दैट। 149 भाई, तूने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया ना मेरे चैनल? मैं सब्सक्राइब है तब। 150 चाहिए यार। हाँ 150 चाहिए, उसको बोलता हूँ मैं करने को। नहीं आई नो, आई वांट पीपल हु आर एक्चुअली इनटू। अरे हो जाएगा। So those guys, what do they watch? A lot of people don't watch. If they ask them, they will do. No. I want ऑर्गेनिकली आने को, ऐसा फील हो रहा है। मतलब एनिमेशन फील्ड वाला अगर कोई दोस्त होगा तो then it makes sense कि उसके एल्गोरिदम में, उसके लाइक फ्रेंड्स के एल्गोरिदम में हम मुझे कुछ नहीं है। कितने लिया तुम सिगरेट? 4। काफी है। 150। कौन देख रहा है भाई? कोई देख तो नहीं रहा है, सुन तो नहीं रहा है कोई? भाई कोई ना कोई सुनता ही होता है। नहीं नहीं है कोई नहीं। एक्चुअली ये टाइम जोन है जहाँ पे मेरा सब्सक्राइबर रोज एक दो सब्सक्राइबर बढ़ता है, मतलब 7 to 9 PM। सो ये टाइम पे और एक दो पोस्ट करता हूँ। मैं सोच रहा था पुराने जो रील्स बने हैं मेरे तो वो री अपलोड करूँ, क्योंकि उनको जस्टिस नहीं मिला है। डाल ही सकते, बहुत से चैनल करते हैं, बहुत से चैनल करते हैं। इफ यू थिंक दैट पीपल ऑलवेज क्रिएट न्यू, दैट्स नॉट इट। अगर तुमने इतने सारे बना दिए एक रिपीट करने का, तुमसे कुछ नहीं चलता। Exactly, I'm going to start it, क्योंकि वो वाले इसको उतना नहीं व्यूज नहीं आए हैं, और वो उसमें पोटेंशियल दिखता था मुझे कि हाँ भाई इसको मैंने थोड़ा एफर्ट लेके बनाया है।
32 क्या है?
कहाँ है? पर एक अरे वो एक 3D सॉफ्टवेयर है अनरियल के प्लेटफॉर्म पे बना हुआ जिसके अंदर 2D में हम स्टोरी बोर्ड एनिमेशन कर सकते हैं. इट्स प्रीटी एपिक. बट अभी वो एक्सपायर हो चुका है. उसको कुछ $2000 पे करके उसको यूज
ट्रायल
करना है.
वर्जन लिया.
हाँ ट्राई किया मैंने बट इट्स नॉट दैट ग्रेट येट.
बढ़िया किया बहुत ही वाला देख.
वो ये है ना कोई क्या नाम है उसका जिंक्स.
जिंक्स. पेपर कोई अगर भूल गया.
ये वाले इसको भी 1.6 के किया है. भाई म्यूजिक के अंदर कितना पेज पे कितना फर्क पड़ता है. पूरा इमोशन फ्लिप हो जाए वही म्यूजिक है. इसको फास्ट कोर्स. I woke up in the middle of the night and I noticed my girl wasn't by my side. देख YouTube में इधर 946 व्यूज दिखा रहा है और YouTube स्टूडियो पे इधर में कम व्यूज दिखा रहा है.
ऐसा क्यों?
पता नहीं. लेकिन
अपडेट होने में टाइम लगता है क्या?
हाँ अपडेट होने को टाइम है ऐसा कुछ है. हाँ लास्ट वीक जब मैंने शुरू किया था.
शायद 2 साल बाद 147K ऐसा हो जाएगा.
I hope man, I really wish.
एक खिड़की खोल दें.
150 भी हो गया है. Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, 150. ऑडिशन. ठीक है तो ऑडिशन पे बैठ. मैं फिर we should not waste our time. I'll get back on creating the background. Right.
और ये बात आप तभी समझते हो जब आप यहाँ के ट्रैफिक में फंसते हो। क्या? और उतनी देर गाड़ी हटा। ओए की जानता नहीं मेरे बाप को ऐसा लगता है कि ट्रैफिक
भाई टिश्यू गया है तो उस लेके बैठा करेगा।
बात आपको यहाँ के ट्रैफिक से तभी पता चल जाएगा। ऐसा लगता है कि ट्रैफिक सिग्नल किसी जमाने में दिखते आप यहाँ के ट्रैफिक में फंसते हो। और पोतनी के गाड़ी हटा। ओए की जानता नहीं मेरे बाप कौन है। हाँ ओए बढ़िया राजा। गाड़ी हटा। ओए की जानता नहीं मेरे बाप कौन है। हाँ ओए बढ़िया। ये बात ट्रैफिक में फंसते हो। जानता नहीं
इसमें भी की फ्रेम्स है इसमें भी।
दोस्तों एक सेकंड रुको तो दोस्तों एक सेकंड रुको तो दोस्तों तो दोस्तों एक सेकंड रुको तो दोस्तों एक सेकंड रुको एक सेकंड रुको ऐसा लगता है कि ट्रैफिक सिग्नल किसी जमाने लगता है कि लगता है कि ट्रैफिक सिग्नल किसी जमाने में दिवाली के डेकोरेशन के लिए लगाए गए होंगे क्योंकि इन्हें तो कोई लगता है कि ट्रैफिक सिग्नल तो किसी जमाने में दिवाली के डेकोरेशन के लिए लगाए गए होंगे क्योंकि इन्हें तो कोई फॉलो ही नहीं करता यहाँ की सड़कों में तो चांद से भी ज्यादा गड्ढे हैं यहाँ के सड़कों में तो चांद से भी ज्यादा गड्ढे हैं यहाँ के सड़कों में तो चांद से भी ज्यादा गड्ढे हैं यहाँ के सड़कों में तो चांद से भी ज्यादा गड्ढे हैं क्योंकि इन्हें तो कोई फॉलो ही नहीं करता यहाँ के सड़कों में तो चांद से भी ज्यादा गड्ढे हैं और कभी आप ट्रैफिक के सिस्टम बंद कर दो भैया और कभी आप ट्रैफिक के बीच में तो भैया कभी आप ट्रैफिक के बीच में फंसे तो भैया और कभी आप ट्रैफिक के बीच में फंसे तो भैया तीन चार भिखारी दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला औरत है तीन चार भिखारी दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला तीन चार भिखारी दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला औरत है लगा के दाढ़ी चमकाने वाले लोग सब दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला औरत है अब छूट लगा के दाढ़ी चमकाने वाले लोग सब
ब्रो उधर चला गया, मेरे को लगा यहाँ पे बैठे। इधर आना, इसको तेरे को थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करना पड़ेगा। हाँ
ठीक है।
ये वाला जो पार्ट है ना जहाँ पे वो दो और थूक लगे गाड़ी चमकाने वाले लोग तो आपको मिल ही जाएंगे। फिर वो हंसता है उधर थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करने का है वहाँ पे वो सीन। हाँ ठीक है।
तू लगा दे, टेंशन मत ले, एनिमेशन में मैं हैंडल कर।
ये वो तो ठीक है।
दोस्तों लगता है कि ट्रैफिक सिग्नल तो किसी जमाने में दिवाली के डेकोरेशन के लिए लगाए गए होंगे क्योंकि इन्हें तो कोई फॉलो ही नहीं करता यहाँ के सड़कों में तो चांद से दिया गड्ढे हैं और कभी आप ट्रैफिक के बीच में फंसे तो भैया तीन चार भिखारी दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला औरत है अब छूट लगा के गाड़ी चमकाने वाले लोग सब
आई थिंक तेरे को एक बार एनिमेशन में एक बार एडजस्ट कर देना पड़ेगा ये।
मैं लास्ट में ही एनिमेट करते टाइम पे वो एडजस्ट कर लूंगा
वरना क्योंकि मेरे को ऑडियो भी बिठाने के लिए क्यों चाहिए ना थोड़ा सा विजुअल। इधर क्या है, ऑडियो जो है वीडियो को ओवरलैप कर दे रहा है वो।
पहले पहले वो वैसा बोलना है तेरा।
हाँ
1 सेकंड दे दे मेरे को, तब तक थोड़ा आगे रख ले। 2 मिनट दे सकता है ना?
हाँ हाँ
तीन चार भिखारी दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला औरत है अब छूट लगा के गाड़ी चमकाने वाले लोग सब भिखारी दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला औरत दो चार 500 में दिखने वाला औरत है अब छूट लगा के गाड़ी चमकाने वाले लोग सब
अरे माँ की
विवेक बोल क्या करना है?
ओ यार ये अभी क्रैश हो गया था ऑडिशन, यहाँ तक कि जो बना है उड़ गया।
वापस ओपन किया क्या?
हाँ, एक एक काम कर, बस मेरे को थोड़ा सा करके दे सकता है क्या?
क्या?
ये वाला जो पार्ट है ना, इसको इसको थोड़े और सेकंड एक्सटेंड कर सकता है कि ये वाला जो सीन है?
हाँ लेकिन एक्सटेंड करके तेरे को वो ये करके रेंडर करके देना पड़ेगा।
हाँ वही चाहिए मेरे
तो
को।
फिर मैं उतना ही पोर्शन तेरे को रेंडर
उतना ही उतना ही पोर्शन।
फ्रेम्स देख के बता मेरे को कि कौन सी फ्रेम है वो, क्योंकि फिर वो फ्रेम टू वो फ्रेम मैच कर देंगे या उतना सीन ही मैच कर देते हैं।
बोलता हूँ
पूरा रेंडर करने को जाएंगे तो दिन लग जाएगा भाई।
लो क्वालिटी में करने से भी चलेगा
भाई
तो भी टाइम लगेगा।
उतना ही पोर्शन देता हूँ ना तेरे को निकाल के।
मैं तेरे को दिखाता हूँ एक मिनट।
ओ जिन्हें मेरा दिल लुटिया ओ मैं मेरे मार कुटिया ओ अरे पता ना के
ये वाला
सीन
पार्ट
करने को बहुत मजा आने वाला है। वेरी वेरी एक्साइटेड।
बस ये वाले पार्ट को बस ठीक करने का अपने को।
क्या करना है इधर?
सुन
सुनना पहुंच नहीं रहे।
चार भिखारी दो चार चार भिखारी दो चार फाटने में घुसने वाला औरत है और छूट लगाकर गाड़ी चपकाने वाले लोग सब
बराबर तो है भाई।
हाँ अरे ये बंदे का लाभ जो है यहाँ तक चले आया ना, इसके ताली बजाने तक के।
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। इसको उसको टोन डाउन कर, फेड आउट कर दे और इसको इसका फेड ए चिकने वो जो
सही है?
हाँ चलेगा ना,
चलेगा?
चलेगा चलेगा चलेगा। निकल
सीना
वो लगा ना, पंखा लगा ले तेरे मुंह पे, कुछ तो फर्क पड़ेगा।
ये इसमें टेप क्यों लगा है यहाँ पे?
अरे वो रात में मुंह पे लाइट आता है, उसके 3 बटन का लाइट है तो मुंह पे आता है वो लाइट, तो फिर मैंने टेप मार दिया वहाँ पे। तूने ये डाला ही नहीं ना?
क्या चीज़? डाला नहीं हुआ था ये?
नहीं ना, ये नया और दबा तो आगे देखते जाएंगे बोलेंगे ये क्या होगा।
आज अपना ऑफिस में बड़े दिनों बाद ढंग का काम मिला, तो फिर की ड्राइंग मिला।
छोड़ना कैंसिल फिर?
हाँ ना 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 बिल्कुल भी नहीं। इट्स लाइक वंस इन अ ब्लू मून मिलता है।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि रेजिग्नेशन कैंसिल कर फिर करने वाला है
थोड़ा टाइम बाद।
हाँ 6-7 महीने में
पुलिस
6-7 या कम।
अभी कुछ पता नहीं, जैसा चल रहा है चलने दे रहा हूँ, देखता हूँ।
चार भिखारी दो चार फाटने में घुसने वाला औरत है और छूट लगाकर गाड़ी चपकाने वाले लोग सब
Chocolate देना उम्मा अरे लौकी का सब्जी बार बार हैंग हो रहा है।